Good afternoon and welcome to the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in the beautiful city of Copenhagen in Denmark. Today we are going to be crowning the distance race champions in both the women and the men's for the prone and stand-up paddleboard disciplines of competition. We have all of our competitors and athletes getting ready for today's race. We have the prone women kicking off the day. They're getting ready on the start line at the moment. It's going to be a fantastic day of racing, so do not go anywhere. We are super excited to see the world's best take to the water today to compete in this distance race. My name is Bo Nixon, and I'm joined in the booth by Candice Appleby. Candice, so great to have you here joining us to call the action for today. You have some friends competing out there, some athletes that you've known over many, many years. Tell us, what are you excited for today?
I am excited to see the women's prone kick everything off. We actually had a really action-packed morning here, too. There was a mass participation event with multiple races, hundreds of paddlers getting on the water, and now they're sitting back spectating. This is an incredible venue here, as you can see with this beautiful drone shot, hundreds of people watching, and they're going to be able to watch the distance race start and finish as these paddlers are going to paddle through the city. And then tomorrow we have our sprint races, which it's going to be a great sprint race venue. Right now you can see some of our athletes. Looks like they're getting on the line.
Yes,
we have our spectators.
Yeah, spectators watching on. So paddlers are going to be finishing right in front of these spectators, crossing the finish line. You can see a few of the country's athletes, coaches, competitors there watching on. But they are going to be paddling through the beautiful canals of Copenhagen. A beautiful day. They've closed off the canals to boats, so they've got free reign of this course as we take a look.
Beautiful sunny day. You see people are in shorts and t-shirts, and the sun is out. It's warm, but it's not too hot. And here you can see some of the technology that we're using for the race tracking. So this is pretty neat. You're going to be able to track athletes as they traverse the course. Here is our course here.
Yeah, you can see the purple line there, pointing out the course of today. Competitors are going to start right in the middle of that and head around the canals. Great drone shot there. So you can see the competitors just to the left of screen, lining up. They're going to go through those two orange buoys in front of them. They're going to take a right-hand turn. They're going to go underneath the bridges there. And they're going to paddle through the canals of Copenhagen. Amazing drone shots. We're going to be using the drone a lot today to follow these competitors as they go through the narrow canals. And we'll also have shots from the boat, Candice.
Yeah, this is going to be great. We've got boats, we've got drone shots. Here's our course. So the athletes are going to be doing 3 laps of this course throughout the city. They're going to have to go under bridges. There are going to be some times where the boats are unable to follow them, but we will get some drone shots for you folks at home who are watching. The athletes are going to have to go under several bridges, so that's going to be exciting to see.
Yeah, 16 bridges.
16 bridges.
Some of them are pretty low, so we might see paddlers having to get down a little bit.
Little bit of limbo for the stand-up paddlers. We're kicking things off with the women's prone, and then about 5 minutes later, the women's SUP will start. We will get through all of the women's races, and then the men's races will happen later this afternoon. Looks like they're here, ready on the start line, and there they go. They're off. Our women's world championship distance race, and you can see on her knees paddling, looks like our paddle from the United States. We're going to start to see a draft pack will form eventually. This is a long distance race, so you're going to see maybe one long train and then another long train. We'll see how things shake out after these athletes get out of the start line.
Yeah, they're all together at the moment. We expect them to stay together for quite some time. The things will settle up. We heard the rules before as Anthony Vella, our race director, was giving the race briefing. So the prone paddlers are only allowed to draft prone paddlers. They are not allowed to get on the stand-up paddleboard draft. And we also will have the women's SUP starting shortly. So they'll probably end up catching up to these prone paddlers at some point. We do have some big names in this event. Some to look out for include Yurika Haribe, 2-time gold medalist the previous 2 years. She'll be looking to go for her hat trick, her 3rd gold medal in a row.
We've got 12 women out here. So with the prone paddling division, there is 1 participant per country. For stand-up, there is allowed 2 participants per country. So we've got 12 women representing France, Spain, Japan, Italy, Puerto Rico, England, Brazil, the United States, Argentina, Canada, Denmark, and Guatemala. And you can see right there is a little bit of separation already happening between a front pack. We'll see if our paddler there from Puerto Rico, I believe, is able to close that up and make it so that front pack doesn't run away too soon. It looks like she's working hard to get back up on the tail of that bright yellow board. We've got a lot of medals in this race. I was talking to Cornelia Rigatti from Italy this morning. She's been coming to the ISAs since 2017. And I asked her, I said, you've racked up quite a few medals. How many have you had? And she said, honestly, I've lost count. I said, well, no, that's a good thing. So here you can see from this awesome drone shot, we've got 4 boards side by side. So there's a lot of side drafting that can happen in prone as well as stand-up paddling. A really good wash right off the side. And if you're right behind that 4-pack, you're going to be able to utilize the bump that kicks off. And you can see the paddler on her knees there up in the front. She takes a few strokes and then kind of glides. Takes a few strokes and then glides. So she's actually in a really good position to be able to save a lot of energy. You can also see Tiana from the United States on the purple board up on her knees as well. She's really utilizing that draft. So over the course of a distance race, really smart to conserve energy so that you have something for the finish.
And Candice, you've done a lot of prone paddling training at home as well, and some crossings, I believe, too.
I have.
Yeah. So it's great to have you here to call the action. Able to get some great insights from Candice throughout the day, especially as we move through to the women's SUP distance race.
I've always wanted to prone at the ISAs. You never know. Maybe one year.
Make a comeback.
Yes, we have a mix of athletes. We have athletes that come from swimming backgrounds, athletes that come from surf life-saving, athletes that come from surfing, and athletes that just traditional prone paddling is their thing. I know that Tiana is more of a distance paddler at home in the United States. And then we've got Eureka, Molly, Judith, and Cornelia all have experience in surf life-saving, as do some of the other women in this category. And so there's a mix. Surf life-saving, for those of you at home that are watching that do not know, is a mixture of traditional board paddling, swimming, surf ski paddling, sometimes some dory boat paddling. So some of these women who compete in the surf life-saving compete in multiple divisions. They're very fit. They're used to paddling multiple disciplines, more in a shorter course, a short technical course throughout the waves. But here today we're going to see them showing off their distance and their endurance in this 10K plus course throughout the city.
That's right. So competitors out there at the moment, they are just starting off this women's prone distance race. Expecting competitors to be out there for a little over an hour today, 13-kilometer course. So prone paddling at roughly 6, 7, 8 kilometers an hour to start with, and they might settle into a bit more of a rhythm. So
right now we have Molly Roodhouse, Eureka Haribe, and Cornelia, along with Judith, up in the front pack. So there's a big front pack right now. You can see them making their way. Hard to distinguish from here who's in what position, but with the tracking that we have, we can see as they move along the course that we have Elise from France, Eureka, Molly, and Cornelia up in the top 4, along with Tiana from the United States and Lizette from Puerto Rico.
So we do have a boat out there today. We will be getting some insights from. Drew and Emily will be calling the action live from the water. So they will be going up and down this canal shortly, showing you exactly who we can see out in front. In this city venue, we are bringing you the best shots we can from all of the corners of the city. As we see these athletes going to turn around a buoy and head back down this long stretch. And this is where they're paddling just on the left of screen, a little bit further away at the moment.
And we're about 6 minutes into this race, so we should see the start of the women's SUP race happening soon. we're going to have some action. We have some commentators on the water in a boat. Here we go. And here's our women's start line. Everyone is seeded based upon the country's results from previous years. So when they get on the start line, they get to choose their spot on the line based upon how the overall team point standings shook out last year.
And we have quite a few women in this SUP distance race lining up in the line. Previous gold medalists, some junior women as well competing in this distance race. People like Chilag Koshis from Hungary, who won the Tech gold medal for the junior. Soren Preston,
yeah,
the bronze medal.
This is going to be a really exciting race. You can see paddlers doing their best not to inch forward. You know, their hearts are pounding. They're really excited. We're going to see, I'm sure, some draft packs form pretty quick here. What's different about this event as opposed to other distance races is the seating, right? So in a distance race, typically you can kind of just get on the line wherever you want. In this race, you have to get on the line when your seating is called. So that is definitely going to change some of the game plans. And looks like these ladies are ready. Paddles are out in position.
As we get ready for the race start here for the women's distance, you can see them all lined up across this canal here. As we move the boats out of the way to make sure there is going to be a clean start for the women. So they're just going to line up again as we got those bumps on the water there.
Looks like there was a false start. So the first false start is given to the entire field, and then anything after that is to the individual competitor, and there will be penalties involved with that.
So we'll just keep you updated with the prone women's race at the moment. Looking at the track up, Eureka Haribe, Elise Dorillon, Moni Roothouse, Cornelia Regati, Judith Verges, and Tiana Pugliese from the USA. Lizette also from Puerto Rico. As we kick off the women's SUP long distance race. Candice off to a strong start for a lot of these athletes.
Yeah, everybody's sprinting off the line. These ladies train to sprint hard and then sustain all of that lactic acid that they build up on the start line.
Looks like Mara Carmen might be out in front to start the distance race. So there's a lot of different tactics you can play, especially on this start line, where you can go out hard, get out in front, and try and stay there, or just build your way up, keep your energy levels high.
Yeah, and as these packs form, you definitely don't want to get left behind or get stuck behind the wash in the back. It's easy for paddlers to get away if you get stuck and have a bad start. So everybody wants to get off that line as fast as they can. You can see Marie Carmen there, as you mentioned, out in front. She has the bright orange nose with the black stripes.
And Espe looks like just on the left of her.
And it looks like it can see possibly Chilag as well. And maybe that was either Soren or Seychelles.
One of the USA competitors.
It's a beautiful drone shot. It's like a flying V.
So a fantastic drone shot here as we are going to go down live onto the water with Emily. She's going to call the action from the water.
Yes, good morning, guys. I am here right by the start line. Beautiful start to this race where we are just here in the channels of Copenhagen as we are seeing the women getting started on this long distance race. We're already seeing some of the really strong competitors out in the front. We saw Mary Carmen getting a really strong start there. We're also having Espe now catching up with Duna following right behind together with Rika. So yeah, this is going to be a very, very exciting race. And maybe I'm also having Drew here with me. Drew, maybe you can also say a little bit about what you are seeing here.
Thanks, Emily. You're going to start to see our paddlers start to converge and jump on a draft train here. And it was a very, very intense start. Everybody trying to get out of all the chaos as the water very, very flat here. Zero current whatsoever and a lot of spectator support all the way around. So that's the current conditions out here. But I'll tell you, the sun is blasting down, which is going to create some temperature on a lot of these athletes as they start on this 13K. So that's my update over here. Emily, back to you.
Yes, as we're seeing also a lot of team members biking around here, following the athletes. It's really cool to see. Copenhagen is, you know, a city of bikes. Everybody's biking around, and you can actually follow this whole route via biking. So you can get your bike and you can go cheer all the way around on this 13-kilometer race. It's going to be really exciting. But yeah, back to you guys in the studio, and let me know what you guys are seeing.
All right, so it looks like we have two paddlers out in front side by side, maybe with a little bit of a gap, with another train of 3, another train of 4. I'm thinking that's probably Marie Carmen and Espe.
Yeah, Marie
followed
Carmen,
by
quick start.
Rika,
Rika Kawaki, yeah, Seychelles in the mix there as well. Juna Gordillo, I think a little bit further back in that train, but it looks like they're really starting to form a long line now. You can see the women's SUP competitors for this distance race coming into screen there in the distance. So great shot looking down the canals. You can see everyone getting into that long draft train. And as they start to make their way into those narrower canals, you might see a little bit more jostling for position. You see them just starting to take different lines at the moment. They're going to be going up toward that bridge that you can see, taking a right-hand turn and heading around some of the fantastic landmarks of the city of Copenhagen. So this is some great shots from the boat we have on the water at the moment. And then another shot from one of the corners of the city.
Here we go, and there we can see our lead packs, and it does look like Esperanza right there out in front and Marie Carmen doing side drafting. So they're breaking away from that next pack. It looks like in that next pack we have Rika as well as Seychelles. I could see them both. And then Duna leading the third pack, and she looks like she's working really hard. Not sure if she had a great start or not, and it looks like she's going to converge up here with Seychelles and see if that second train can bring them up to that next pack. But Espe looks pretty comfortable here with her stroke, giving herself plenty of time to recover on each stroke, letting her board glide. She's very powerful, and she has a lot of miles under her belt, a lot of experience, so she knows that she can sustain this 13-kilometer course at that pace. And Marie Carmen here really utilizing that side draft. Surprising that she's not opting to just pull right behind, but side drafting is something that is a great technique, and maybe she's more comfortable in that position. You can see a really nice wide grip on the paddle here from Espe, giving her a lot of leverage on each of her strokes. Marie Carmen with a little bit narrow of her grip, really strong, solid connection, able to get a little bit more reach out of her stroke. So two different techniques you're seeing here from these paddlers. You can see Marie Carmen has a little bit slightly higher rate, maybe one or two per minute than Espe. Here's a really great shot of the city.
As those competitors take that right-hand turn there into the canals. And you can follow along at ISAsurf.org. You can click on the event link on the homepage there, take you to the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. And you can see where these athletes are, how they're doing on the course. Support your country women.
There they are going under one of those bridges. You can see them ducking a little bit, some of them.
As there's a few more bridges to go under as well during this race. And there will be some low bridges too.
And they've closed the harbor off, I believe, to most traffic today, so these athletes aren't going to have to deal with boats getting in the way of their course or boat wake, so that's really great for these athletes. You can see everyone going around this buoy here, all the spectators watching in excitement, and here is a great shot of where we are right now currently in the race. You can see prone paddlers a little bit ahead on the course.
So a lot of the top names, as we expected, off to a great start in this race. Young Chilag Koshas, the gold medalist this year in the junior girls tech race. She's up in that second lead packers with Duna Gordillo from Spain. Also, Iona Rivet from France, another strong paddler.
She's
And
up there
Rika
with
Okawaki.
Seychelles too. Seychelles is up there with her and Duna. So you know that those ladies are going to be doing their best to try to hunt down Marie Carmen and Esperanza. Marie Carmen has been on a tear this entire summer. She's really, over the years, continued to just come into her own. She's been very consistent in the ISAs. She's a 2-time Pan American medalist as well. She has 2 bronze medals in the Pan American Games in 2019 from Peru and in 2023 in Chile. And she has just continued to get better and better every single year. So it's really neat to see her discipline. She's also a doctor of chiropractic, and she is the full package of an athlete. She really puts in the work, and it shows. And here's a great shot of our prone paddle race.
So it looks like we've got 4 women in that lead pack at the moment. It's looking like it's Eureka Haribe that's just out in front, showing her dominance over the previous years. We also have Elise Dordignon in that group too, alongside Judith Verges, and I believe Cornelia, but it could be Molly as well.
Yeah, we got Molly Roothouse in the mix there. Molly is grew up as a competitive swimmer, a butterfly swimmer, and she actually grew up inland, what I learned, and started traditional prone paddleboarding over the last few years. She does some surf lifesaving, just got back from the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships where she took a 6th place in the board race, which is a really exceptional result. Those are the best of the best competing in surf lifesaving. So that's, you know, sprint paddleboarding in and out of the waves. And you can see really nice drone shot here. These gals are going to go under this bridge. It looks like there's 3 currently in that pack, with maybe just a half a board length separating 2nd and 3rd from the 1st place. So really working on that drafting.
Yeah, Eureka is just probably like half a board length in front at the moment. She's trying to create a little bit more space so they're not going to stay too close. And Judith Verges there in that 2nd place. Cornelia Rigardi, I believe.
Looks like Cornelia is in that 2nd pack along with Tiana Pugliese from the United States. And right here, Eureka is really working hard early to try to drop this pack. You can see every time she goes to her knees, she's getting a little bit more space.
Yeah, she's definitely getting a little bit ahead of Judith Verges. So we will see these competitors go back into the canals. So from what we're hearing down live from the water, there is quite a big gap between these kind of first 2-3 packs to the rest of the field, Candice.
Yeah, and although there is about a half a board length between 1st and 2nd, it's still a valuable position to draft. You're still going to be getting some draft off of that. And you can see right here how Judith is really just working her way to get back right on the tail.
Yeah, she did very well to catch up that bit of time there. Eureka's going to try and keep in front. Remember, 3 laps of this 13-kilometer course. Total distance. So it's roughly 4 kilometers each lap.
And it looks like Cornelia has dropped Tiana. I don't see Tiana in the frame anymore. Not sure. Oh, there she is. She's not too far behind. But you definitely don't want to lose that pack too early. And we have our paddler in 6th position.
Yeah, I think Molly's up in there as well in the conversation from England.
In 6th position, we have Elise from France. And that right there, we have Puerto Rico, looks like.
Yeah, great technique. Using those legs as well to propel the board along. You kind of get a little bit of a boost kicking your legs.
Yeah, using the full body. You can see she's got the double water bottle cage on her board to stay hydrated. The prone paddlers carry their hydration on their board as opposed to on their body.
Do you think we'll see all competitors using hydration today, Candice? Or do you think some competitors might opt not to, as it's a seemingly short course?
I would say most, but maybe not all, because it is a little bit shorter than previous years. Previous years we've been doing about 18K, and this one's about 12 to 13K.
As we see a great angle looking up one of the canals here. You see Eureka Haribe out in front at the moment. Judith Verges very close behind her. Elise Dorignon as well, up in that top spot, in that top group.
Currently on screen is our 5th place paddler from Puerto Rico.
It's Lizette. As we see the rest of the women's distance competitors coming under one of the coolest bridges I think I've seen so far.
Very cool.
This is the bridge where the athletes crossed during the Parade of Nations earlier on in the week. If you've been following along, it's been already a huge week of action. We had the tech racing and the team relay happen down at the beach venue. And then now we've moved to the city venue for the distance and the sprint races, which will be happening tomorrow. As these women come under the bridge here.
And just to keep you updated on the women's SUP race, we still have Esperanza and Marie Carmen. They are out in front in a pack. And then we have Chilog Kochik and Rika. Looks like they're together. And behind them is Duna, as well as Seychelles. And let's see, reading this tracker here, Iona Rivette. So just keeping you up to date there. You can see here this nice knee paddling technique. Both of these ladies are going to get up on their knees. You can get a lot more power paddling out of your knees. Traditional paddleboarding is really a lot on the neck and the shoulders, so it's really nice to be able to switch up the muscle groups. Typically, you see some of the top prone paddleboarders paddling more on their knees than they do on their stomach. However, every paddler has a different technique. But knee paddling, switching back and forth, allows you to switch up the muscle groups, which makes it a little bit more comfortable.
So we have on screen there Daniela. She is our competitor from Argentina, bronze medalist in 2019 for the distance, as we are going to go down live on the water with Emily to give us an update.
Yes, thanks, Drew. I am just down here. We're just seeing the back of the pack of the prone paddlers coming under the circle bridge here, and then we are seeing the front pack of the standoff paddlers, where we're having Esperanza, and I believe it's Mary Carmen just right behind her. We are down here by the finish line again. Now they're gonna make it around. They're gonna do a round around Christiansborg, which is the beautiful palace here in the middle of Copenhagen, which actually is home of the Danish Parliament. So it's going to be a super beautiful route. They're going to go back in to the small canals, as we are getting some close-up shots of Esperanza and Mary Carmen here. And
6 kilometers.
And Drew is just telling me here that, showing me the speed that they're going. I believe that was 8 miles per hour. 7 kilometers. Okay. So yeah, definitely speeding up here. They're going just past. Big audience down here. And we're having Juna coming here. She is leading the pack. Yeah, beautiful pictures here of them. You can really see Duna digging deep here. She want to get up in front to Mary Carmen and Esperanza. And maybe I can turn it back to Bo and Candice, and you can talk a little bit about also the importance of maybe getting this really good start to a long distance race.
Yeah, it's very important to have a great start. As we see Duna Gordillo there, currently in third. Chilad Koshis just behind her from Hungary. And then behind her, we have Iona Rivet, I believe, from France.
So Duna's working really, really hard. She knows she does not want to let Marie Carmen and Esperanza out of her sights. And you could see there, like you said, Seychelles and Chilog kind of fighting for that draft on Duna. And Duna's really putting in hard work. She's almost even, and this is our, looks like this is our next draft pack. Lena, Ribeiro, Soren, Preston.
Yeah, we have quite a few women in this draft train. So we expect to see them try to keep up with the top paddlers there. But I think Espe and Mara Carmen at the moment do have quite a nice lead. As Emily was saying, it's always great to have such a strong start in these distant races. Get yourself out in front early. But with that comes a bit of strategy, and towards the end of a race, you can lack a bit of energy. So it kind of leaves the door open. It's going to be interesting to see how this race does finish up. We have another great drone shot there of our women SUP paddlers paddling through, and that is where the athlete area is, where the city venue for this year's ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship competition is.
And that's Jessica Matos from Brazil, leading that third pack.
Now it looks like Holly Pye from England just behind her. Holly Pye, a really strong paddler in the UK and England circuits. Starboard team rider. Parents run Starboard shop.
Yep, right now these paddlers are passing our spectators in the main city venue. So they're getting lots of cheers from passers-by, from their team, supporters.
It's great to see our Danish competitor making her way through the course at the moment. In the middle of the pack, it's a great position to be. Still some work to do to catch up for these competitors, but representing your country here on the world stage, it's always great experience to be here, especially if it's your first or second competition, especially internationally.
Got a young paddler here on her flying fish. Working hard. Working extra hard all by herself,
that's right.
Not in a drafting pack.
That's it. Either to catch up to the paddler in front, or we might have someone else catch up to her, and then they could work together to move forward. And we might find that later on in the race, Candice, that athletes will start to have a conversation with each other, talk about tactics. Do you want to switch out the draft train? Who's in front? Save some energy. Do you think that will happen today, or is it quite a short course?
Well, I think that will probably happen. I think it would behoove that second pack to work together to try to catch Espe and Marie Carmen. I'm not sure if that's happening right now between Marie Carmen and Espe. They've been battling all summer in Europe, and I think, you know, if it was Duna and Espe together out in front, I'm sure that they would be working together. But we'll find out after.
Yeah, that's right. We will find out shortly. There goes, we see the live tracking there. We can see exactly where they are on the map. Espe looking like she's a bit further ahead. I think Mara Carmen's still right on her tail though. So we see a great shot there, Candice, of all the athletes moving along the course map.
And it looks like maybe they're catching up to some of the prone paddleboarders on the course. Like you mentioned before, there's some places that our cameras aren't able to go.
But the drone can follow.
And we have these live trackers, which is great.
As you see, drone shot there, paddlers paddling under the bridges that cross the canals here. It's kind of like a U-shaped canal that goes around Christiansborg Palace, as Emily was saying. One of the biggest landmarks of the city centre, where the Parliament is. As we're going to switch back to the women's prone paddleboarding and take a look at the standings currently there. Remember, we had Eureka Haribe out in front as we left it before. We'll see if Judith Verges, Elise Dorion, Molly Roothouse can get the jump up in front, as we see a solo women's prone paddle at the moment coming toward the canal. That looks like it could be Lizette from Puerto Rico. I think the other paddlers have actually made their way back out into the main canal so far. And that lead group consists of Eureka Haribe, Molly Roodhouse now up into second. Judith Verges in that mix as well. Elise Dordignon just behind, alongside Tiana from the USA, as we do see a Puerto Rican paddler here, Lizette, making her way through to that open channel. And then you can see the current leaders in this race. So the two women on the left of screen there, that is Elise Dordignon alongside Tiana Pugliese from the United States. And then there's three paddlers further up.
Yeah, they're working hard to try to catch that lead pack, but that lead pack has been able to hold them off this entire race. So those two know that they want to get up into that top 3 contention. They're going to be working hard to try to reel them in, but here's a nice shot. All right, here's our leaders from our SUP race, Esperanza and Marie Carmen. And this is as to be expected. I thought I would see these two gals in the pointy end of the race pack today. Did not necessarily expect them to be out all on their own. And you can see there's another pack coming up that is just about to go under the bridge.
A lot of paddlers in that pack.
Of 4 and a solo paddler coming around the outside. So it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen here. Have not seen too many changes, but we haven't been able to see these women on camera the entire race, so we're not sure if there have been changes in this draft pack.
As Espe has been out in front for almost this first lap. We'll see if she lets Marie Carmen take the lead for the second to give her a little bit of a break.
It's important that if you are in the front pulling most of the time, that you allow the person behind you to take some of the load as well. But she might just be very confident in her ability to be out in the front and stay out in the front. And here's a pack of 5 led by Duna. Duna is really working hard. You have Rika and Seychelles behind her, followed by Chilog, Kocic, and on the NSP.
Iona, I think, from France.
Yes.
So Iona Rivet.
So we haven't seen much of a change in this pack as either. So there's a bit of etiquette involved in drafting. Everybody has their own theory of what is proper etiquette, what is not. So for those of you who are at home and learning about drafting, maybe you're going to take some drafting skills into your next age group race or open race at home. There's a few different parts of drafting. One is the bumping, right? So you shouldn't be bumping the tail of the person's board in front of you. That's also, you're too close if you're bumping the person in front of you, right? So about 1.5 to 2 feet back is a proper position to be in. There's a bit of a 1, 2, 3 etiquette rule. If you bump once, it's like, oops, I'm sorry. Like, that was an accident. Second, that's a yellow card. Third, it's like, okay, if you're bumping somebody 3 times, you probably shouldn't be doing it. But we're going to take this down to Emily, who's side by side with some of these racers from the boat.
Yes, that's correct, Candice. We just saw Esperanza and Mary Carmen pass us here. We're out here on the boat. They just going out on their second round here, as we are seeing Duna leading the second pack, trying to catch up with Mary Carmen and Esperanza. But since we saw them last, they have gotten quite a big advantage. So it's it's looking exciting. Right now it's definitely looking between Esperanza and Mary Carmen, but Duna is looking hungry.
Yeah.
And Eureka is sitting down in 4th position, just following Duna here, as we see them going out on their second round. Yeah, and it looks like there's a lot of communication here on the draft, as Drew is just telling me here, paying attention to the race as well. He's here with his monoculars. What are you also seeing here, Drew?
Well, I'll tell you what, conditions are absolutely flat and calm. Not a breath of wind here on the inside leg. You're seeing them, like Emily mentioned, a lot of communication back and forth, especially in that second train of about 5 paddlers. They're starting to move around, jostle for position. But the front 2 are now about 150 meters in front of that second pack. So they're definitely trying to run away with it here in lap number 2. Back to you, Emily.
Yes, it is correct. It's such a yeah, what a beautiful day. No wind. Before, when we started the race, there was quite a bit of wind, and the guys were going, against the wind, but now the wind completely dropped. So, yeah, we're really excited to see what's happening on this second round. So I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio, and you can let me know what you guys are seeing.
Thank you very much, Emily and Drew, with the action on the water there. Fantastic to have them right beside the athletes down there today. Please don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to be back to check out the athletes on their second lap of the distance women's race. Don't go anywhere.
Morning. Can we ride to school with you? My dad's lost his car keys.
Our parents overslept. I've got a flat tyre.
Yeah, sure.
Morning. Could I ride with you? My driveway is totally blocked.
Yeah, sure.
More space for joy. The ID Buzz GTX with up to 7 seats.
Volkswagen.
Welcome back to the distance race for day number 5 of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in 2024. We have all the athletes for this distance race out on the water now. Prone women's and SUP women's. You can see the mix of competitors there and disciplines. A lot of the women's SUP starting their second lap. As we still have Esperanza Paredes in first place alongside Mara Carmen Rivera from Puerto Rico. Those two competitors got off to a great start for the SUP. And in the prone paddleboard race, we still have Eureka Haribe, Judith Verges, alongside Molly Roothouse in the top 3. We'll look to see if there's any changes there at the moment, as we have our Scottish paddler on the left there, Alison Rennie, 54 years old, competing in both this year's ISA. Also, she competed in the 11 Cities race on a tandem board last week.
She's also done the Chattajack 3 times, which is an ultra race in the States. And she's the UK Endurance Champion in 2018.
Lots of experience there from Alison. As we check out the schedule for this week, we've already had a big week of action with the technical racing happening down by the beach venue. Alongside the team relay, we've moved back to the city venue yesterday to get the distance race started, and also the mass participation event that happened this morning, Candice. Over 400 paddlers on the water taking to the canals of Copenhagen. And then, of course, the big finale tomorrow with the SUP sprint races alongside the award ceremony and the closing ceremony and the big beach party, Candice.
Beach party?
Yeah, the kayak bar down the road. All the athletes will be celebrating this week as we look ahead to the next event on the ISA calendar, coming to El Salvador for the World Masters Surfing Championship, October 18 to 24. You can follow along at isasurf.org. A big schedule of events this year for ISA, including the biggest one, the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. That was held in French Polynesia, in Tahiti.
Yeah, beautiful waves surfed at the Olympics this year. And what a lot of people at home don't know is that the ISA is in charge of running all of those events, including the Olympics. So well done. This crew at the ISA has been working hard all year, and they are not done. A few more events to go.
Look at the city of Copenhagen here. A fantastic aerial view on day 5 of competition here. The distance racing. The women are currently on the water for the prone and the SUP. We're going to be starting the men's prone and SUP at around 3:30 local time today, this afternoon. So wherever you are watching in the world, stay tuned for the men's to come as we're trying to find our competitors on the water here. A beautiful shot. It's one of the cleanest cities I've been to, Candice.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable walking around. Just, You don't see plastic in the canals. You don't see any trash anywhere.
There's no trash. The streets are well lit. Everybody's riding bicycles. A lot of fit people, happy people.
Of course, Copenhagen leading the way in sustainability as well. So there's bike paths everywhere. A lot of people take the metro, the train system here. Very easy to get around the city. And we
even
can
by
see
stand-up paddleboard.
That's right, or stand-up paddleboard. That's right. In the distance, we did see there your leaders for the SUP women's distance race coming through as we're catching up with a competitor. As we see the prone women on screen now. So it looks like we've got a group of 4 up toward the front at the moment. Eureka second from the right. Judith Verges just out in front at the moment.
And it looks like Cornelia worked really hard to catch back up to that front pack, if this is, in fact, our front pack.
I believe that's Molly Roothouse there on the right-hand side of screen. That's definitely Eureka there, that unique paddle style with second from the right. 2-time gold medalist looking to go for number 3 this year in a row for the distance race in the prone.
You can see the rate of Molly's strokes on the far right is a little bit less than her competitor in the middle. She's using a little bit of that side draft. Ooh, and you can see Cornelia had to work really hard to get back up to this pack. So now you see her on her knees, taking a few strokes and then resting. She's going to take a few more strokes and then rest. She worked really, really hard to reel these ladies in. They were putting out a really fast pace, so.
Yeah, Cornelia, 2023 and 2022 bronze medalist for the distance race. So she's looking to go a couple better this year. She's already up in that medal conversation at the moment, being in that top 4. And Molly Roothouse, 2023, she took the bronze in the technical racing for the prone women's. We'll see if she can hang on to take a medal in this distance race. But
I believe that a technical isn't really her thing either. Distance is really more the discipline that she loves, and she trains a lot with our technical gold medalist, Andrew, as well at home. I was talking to him this morning, and he was saying that when they train together, he's really not able to shake her. She's really fast. So here's a great shot of these ladies, stroke for stroke, side by side.
And Candice, that's actually Tiana from the USA up in that top spot. Saw the United States flag on that board.
Oh, actually, so Tiana used the board that Molly is on.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that information.
That is
Candice.
Molly. Yeah. I know that Tiana used the board Molly's using today. She had used that in some of the technical races.
I thought there was something going on
Tiana
there.
has a purple board.
There's Molly's up there.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, just getting confused with the flags on the board there. But good to see competitors switching their boards between each other. I know it's hard to travel with these boards. As Cornelia is just jumping in behind Judith there. Looks like Eureka's a little bit of a faster stroke on to get in front. Molly is going to keep that pace as well. As you see Cornelia there jumping in behind Eureka. And then Elise Dordion from France and Tiana just back there. You can see in the top of screen coming around the corner. Such a fantastic course this year. A little bit different from 2017 when we were here back in Copenhagen. We were racing next to the Opera House. This time it takes us more city centre. So spectators can see everyone biking around, walking through the city.
I've seen a lot of people swimming as well, which is a testament to the clean waters of these harbors. And so really awesome, just this city, how clean it is, that it's somewhere you can play in the waters. Where lots of big cities, getting in the water can be kind of iffy. So great conditions for these paddlers to be out there today racing for world titles.
Yeah, we will be crowning the distance race champions today. Lots on the line for these competitors. Lots of valuable team points as well. We see Spain currently sitting on top of that team medal ranking. They are looking to beat Team France, Team Japan as well, very strong at the moment.
Yeah, Team Japan is really, really hungry for this overall team gold, and they have a lot of work to do because Team Spain is out in front right now, and they have some really strong stand-up paddlers that are going to be out on the course today.
As Judith Verges, one of the best prone paddlers in the world for the women, representing Spain. There she is there in that yellow board. Currently third, but things are going to change as they're still on their second lap of this course.
And they're coming into vision for everyone that's watching here locally. So they're going to be starting to hear the cheers. That's going to give them an extra little boost as they get ready for this third lap. You see Molly there getting up on her knees, increasing her rate a little bit.
So at this point, Candice, when you kind of come into vision of the spectators sitting at the finish line, you can hear the cheers from your team. Are you fired up?
Of course.
Do you get a little bit more extra energy from that?
Definitely. You could see all of their rates have increased a little bit, right? So there's that excitement from the crowd, makes it just so engaging and inspiring. You're out there, you're like, okay, give you an extra little push. When you're out there and your muscles are sore, you remember who you're doing it for your country and your teammates. You get to hear the cheers of your team managers.
I mean, just looking at them in this shot we have here, Judith doesn't even look like she's breaking a sweat there. Molly as well. As we're going to throw it down to Emily on the boat there. She can talk us through exactly what she's seeing sideline on the water.
Coming through, and as we are seeing here on screen, we are having Esperanza and Mary Carmen. They keep extending their lead. Now I would say they're having a pretty good lead, keep extending every time we see them. Esperanza is still taking that front position. She is just looking really, really strong here, and even trying to get a little bit of a gap to Mary Carmen, but Mary Carmen is really digging deep here to try to follow Esperanza, as they are we are passing the crowd here. There's so much crowd down here at the venue, at the beach, at the city venue. A lot of spectators. It's amazing to see here in the middle of Copenhagen. And we haven't even seen Duna and the pack. They are just about to get under the circle bridge now. We're still waiting for them to come out. So yeah, definitely a big gap, a big gap, way bigger than we saw just a few minutes ago. So yeah, very exciting. And one thing I would like to ask you guys about in the studio is, before I ask that question, we are just seeing here on screen Duna still in front of the pack here, as we just see them coming here. But what I would like to ask you guys in the studio is, last year we saw the paddlers doing the long distance race in the open ocean. This year it's inside the canal. There's no wind, there's no current. Can you talk a little bit about the difference?
From my experience watching last year's in France, it was very calm conditions there as well. It was quite glassy, not much wind, so similar conditions. Obviously in the ocean there's going to be a bit more bump, but Candice, you're going to have a lot more experience paddling in those types of conditions. What do you think is the difference between this year and last year?
Ocean versus flat water makes a big difference in reading water and reading currents. But right now we have seen a little bit of a change. So Duna did a lot of work for those first 2 laps. And it's going to, I think, it maybe affect her going into this third lap. I would have liked to see her changing position to give herself a little bit of a break going into the second lap. She did a lot of the work to try to reel in Marie Carmen and Espe, and they were not able to. You could see Rika and Seychelles were able to pull up ahead. And now we have a different pack here.
Yeah, Chila Koshas there in the middle there. She's dropped back from that second pack into the third there.
Chilag is, really strong, really fast, but younger, right? So younger paddlers with less years of experience typically don't have that same endurance as some of our more experienced older paddlers. Here we have another pack.
Coming underneath the bridge there.
And then now here we are back on, there we have Lena from Brazil, followed by Soren Preston of the United States. And just out of frame there on the 404, I believe that was Holly Pye.
We'll see these competitors making their way back into the city for the second lap, as Espe and Mara Carmen have quite a commanding lead at the moment out in front of Duna Gordillo. Duna, not a stranger to this distance race though either. She took the gold medal in the technical earlier this week. She's also the silver medalist for the distance last year to Espe, and the gold medalist from 2022 in the distance. So Duna's going to try and do a lot of work to catch up as they move in toward their final lap.
Here we have our paddlers. Now they're going into their third lap of this course. So this is going to be their third and final lap. I don't think we're going to see much of a change between our gold and silver medal positions compared to our next pack. They were pretty far ahead. Something big is going to have to happen for those ladies to close that gap. But it's going to be interesting to see Espe out in front the entire race. I think she's making her statement that I am out here. This is where I want to be at the finish. At this point, if she hasn't let off the gas and allowed Marie Carmen to pull, you know that she's letting her know that I'm confident to be out in front and stay out in front. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out in the end.
Here we have our to the prone women at the moment. You see
our 4-pack.
All the 4 still staying together. Judith Verges, she's looking to try and go one better than last year. She's been a silver medalist twice in the distance race.
So this has been a pretty tight 4-pack the entire race. Cornelia was able to, well, it was a 3-pack, and Cornelia was able to work her way up to that 4-pack. So now you're just going to see these ladies like working together for this next lap, side by side, and it's going to be a sprint battle at the end. So it's going to be interesting to see when they decide to make their move, who's gonna decide to go for it first.
You see Cornelia there, just staying behind Eureka. She's been there for almost this whole section of the course.
Yeah, that's a good spot of the draft to be in. She's behind, you know, all 3 of them, so there's a really good wash to ride in that position. She had, like I said, she had to work really, really hard to catch up to these ladies. So it's a smart way to race.
Do you think Eureka or Judith will want her to take the lead for a little bit, or you think they'll just keep staying out in front?
I think that the 3 of them in the front are just going stroke for stroke, and it's going to be who's going to make their move first and who's going to make it when, right? That's the thing that you're thinking the whole time you're going throughout this course, especially since they're doing side drafting all together, not in a line. They all want to be in that position to be able to make a breakaway. So if that does happen, Cornelia's not in the best position to try to get in one of the first 3 places. She's going to get kicked back behind their wash. So it'll be interesting to see if, as they approach the final portion of this course, if she tries to come around the side and be in a side position so where she can go for it too, or if she is going to follow whom she thinks is maybe gonna jet out in front of the other 2.
As we saw on screen just there, the top 2 women SUP competitors, Espe and Mara Carmen, making their way around Christiansborg Palace, back out in toward the open stretch of water here in the channel. There is the prone paddlers alongside the leading women's. As we'll see them just come underneath this bridge here. Still that 4-pack out in front for the prone women. As we catch up to the competitors making their way through the city. Lots of people stopping to see what's happening on the water. But Copenhagen, a big sporting central, trying to mix in sport within the city. I think it's fantastic to have the paddleboarding and stand-up paddleboarding championships brought here again. Definitely mixes in well with Denmark. That water looks so blue at the moment, Ken.
Ooh, and here we go. We have Esperanza and Marie Carmen catching up to that front pack of our prone women here. So this is going to be interesting as things get a little narrower it'll be interesting to see if either of them, maybe Esperanza, if she tries to utilize the positions of the prone paddleboarders to get away from Marie Carmen, or vice versa. That's if she feels like she has it in the tank, that would be a good tactical decision. We have it looks like a bridge here. Not sure how low this one goes, but they are approaching our lead pack of prones here.
So just to remind you at home, the stand-up paddleboards are not allowed to draft the prone, and the prone is not allowed to draft the stand-up paddleboarders. You have to draft only in your division. So we'll see these women either split it side by side, or we'll see maybe, like you said, Candice, Espe try to shake off Mara Carmen.
Yeah, they also have to negotiate the next bridge that they have to go under as well. So this is going to be interesting to see what happens here. Obviously, the prones are right in front of them. They are moving faster than the prones, obviously, because they were able to catch up to them. So I don't think that we have to worry too much about them drafting. Right now, they're not drafting the prones. They are just in their wake because of the way that they're approaching them. So
you can see them breaking off a bit.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. If depending on which way they have to turn coming under this next bridge as well. But there is a little bit of separation between the two. It almost looked like Espe was considering going around the right side, but she probably has to go around to the left to get through this next bridge.
Yeah, this next corner is going to be a left-hand turn, taking them out into the wider channel, where the women's SUP have now caught up to the women's prone. So great shot of all the leaders for the race at the moment. As we're going to throw it down to Emily and Drew on the boat, who are going to be side by side with these women.
Tight corner here.
Very tight.
Yes, that is correct, Bo. I am here side by side as we are seeing the prone paddlers still in that pact of four, really, you know, hanging on to that draft. And we're seeing Mary Carmen and Esperanza. And as we were just coming out under the bridge, it looked like Mary Carmen was trying to make a move on Esperanza, but it looks like she's keeping up, and they're still there paddling side by side with the prone paddlers. And yeah, this is going to be really exciting as they're going into lap 3.
Yeah, both of our top packs just continuing to go stroke for stroke. Now, with as tight as a turn as that was, I feel like that could have been a great opportunity for Esperanza to have gone around the right if she feels like she has it in the tank to make a move. But they all got pretty pinched off there for a moment and made it around cleanly. They've got probably about, what do you think, Bo, another kilometer or two to the finish, maybe less?
Yeah, that's right. Not too far until we're going to be crowning the champions for both the prone and the SUP race for the women.
Both of these ladies are really strong on their stand-ups, and I know Marie Carmen also is a sprinter, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
So we're catching up to the second pack here. Duna Gordillo, Rika Okuaki, Seychelles still there, along with Iona Rivette from France, just in that fourth position there, back in this pack. But as we know, Rika and Duna battling it out for bronze at the moment. Seychelles.
Yeah, this is an interesting pack here because you have medals and you have no medals, right? We have a gold and a silver up in front, and this right here is between, you know, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Duna put in a lot of work pulling that train for the first 2 laps, and now Rika is being drafted by Seychelles. I know Seychelles usually has some good finish speed as well, so it's going to be interesting to see how that pack shakes out when they come across towards the finish. Who's going to make their move and when?
It's coming up to crunch time where they need to start making a move, being on the final lap. As we look at...
This is our third pack here.
And Chilag doing a very amazing effort from Chilag. A young competitor here, did well with the gold medal earlier on this week in the tech racing and keeping up with the best in the world in the distance as well. So a strong competitor out of Hungary. We see them trying to chase down that second pack. Not too far ahead. They are. You see the prone paddlers on the right of screen there. In that second pack, it is Elise Dorillon and Tiana Pugliese from the USA as we move back in the line toward the fourth pack now for the women's long distance.
Got Lina Ribeiro from Brazil in the leading that pack, followed by the young Soren Preston, 14 years old, from the United States. Behind her, I believe that's Holly Pye on the 404.
No, I think it's not Holly's on a starboard.
Sorry.
So I wonder if is that Tanya?
Oh, that's correct. I believe.
Tanya Eckert from Germany, I believe.
Yeah.
So it is Eckert, Tanya Eckert in that, along with Petronella,
the Netherlands,
and Soren Preston from the USA also in that mix. Strong performance from her as well earlier on in the week. Soren Preston, bronze in the junior tech race. As we get another fantastic shot. So they're making their way toward the right-hand side of screen. Going up into the canals there. You can see on screen now for the SUP women. Espe Marikamen well out in front of their competitors there in third spot. Duna, Rika, Seychelles, Iona as well. So it's going to be a photo finish as they come in on their final lap. And then there's some definite trains happening along the race as well, Candice.
Yeah, there's essentially like 2 loops through the city within 1 lap. And right now, just for a little perspective for those of you at home, they're on the second loop, I would say, of the last lap. So they're going to be coming into the finish pretty soon here. Maybe just another, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, maybe less.
Yeah, they're not far away from being crowned champions, the lead pack, but it's never over until they cross the finish line. So we'll see if there are any changes that happen along this stretch of water. You can see there, women all working together to catch up to the group in front. As we see on screen there, Rika Okawaki, probably just ahead of Duna Gordillo, Seychelles Webster, Iona Rivet there from France as well. So working together as we are looking at, looks like Alison Rennie from Scotland there. Currently making her way out toward the open channel here as she is looking to catch up. Fantastic to have Scotland part of the ISA this year. A strong team as well for both the men and women's competitors. They're going to be putting a lot of effort into building up their team throughout this next year and bring back stronger for 2025. As you can see, the competitors there on screen making their way up toward the smaller canal. A lot happens throughout those canals, as we've seen. As we're going to go to a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back to crown the distance champion for the women's SUP and prone. And bringing a special guest to the booth. Hello and welcome back to the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. My name is Bo Nixon, joined with Candice Appleby and a very special guest, Casper Steinfarth, 6-time world champion, 5-time gold medalist here at the ISA. Casper, fantastic to have you in here, calling the action with us. You finished off your final race, you crossed the finish line for your final time this week. How does it feel? Tell us about the emotions you're feeling this week.
It's been a fairy tale week. Being back in Copenhagen, competing for the first time since 2017. It's very special to have the event here, first of all. But for me especially, it's been a very emotional week, and it kind of culminated on Thursday, where I crossed the last finish line, for me at least, in the relay race. So it's been full circle. I think we're blessed with the weather. That's just not typical Copenhagen this time of the year. But hey, we're making the best of it.
Oh, it just makes me want to come back even more to Copenhagen.
I think a lot of the teams have the impression that this is like normal, but come back next week and you'll see another side of Denmark.
How does it feel to have the event, here in 2017 and now in 2024? What have you seen as far as the sport's growth since the ISA was here in 2017?
Well, I think the first thing to notice is that there are more competing nations this year. We have a bigger field, I believe, in terms of nations, and then so much has happened in terms of board designs. Like if you look at the athletes, they're also much more professional in a sense. The progression has just been insane. So, a lot has happened, but then at the same time, it's still the same. And I think the open race this morning really showed it, that maybe that's the biggest difference. There's a bigger contingency of local paddlers.
Yeah, and that was going to be my next question. Have you seen it since the ISA came in 2017? Have you seen a huge surge in paddlers here in Denmark in general?
I think, like many places in the world, there have been a lot of more new faces coming in. Since we had it in 17, I know the federation here has been very involved in getting more clubs involved around the country. But I also think the ISA Worlds, and last time they were here, was also just a big motivational factor. A lot of people, experienced the World Championship for the first time and maybe went home, started training. Some became serious athletes, and others just fans of the sport. So we cannot deny it had a big impact, and that's, we kind of joked like we're never going to see a World Championship in Denmark again, but yet here we are.
Here we are, and we have ladies out there that are going to win some medals pretty soon here. Have you been following this lead pack right here? You can see Esperanza and Marie Carmen. They've been fighting for that first position. Esperanza's been leading most of it, but there has been some side-by-side drafting. They have a large breakaway from the second pack.
Yeah, I have been watching a bit of the race. I was walking around the island here, and it's funny to be watching the webcast and trying to watch the whole thing live. But it's been cool to watch, and I sense a lot of people are moving around, like all the spectators. Everyone's trying to get a good glimpse of where to see the action. But it was very interesting. In my opinion, it was interesting to see Esperanza break away. And I was expecting to see Duna Gordillo up there as well. But it seems like Marie Carmen and Espe have kind of linked into a partnership right there.
Yeah, it looks like Esperanza's really upping her rate right now too. It's almost like looks like she's trying to make her move now. They are getting closer and closer to the finish. So, yeah, they have essentially 2 more corners to turn, and then they are gonna be getting they'll go across the channel and be here. So this is right now where you make your move, and it looks like she's really putting the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, so right now they're paddling down the district of Christians Havn, Christians Harbor. This is a very iconic place in Denmark. It's one of the very cozy canals. You'll see a lot of people just hanging out there casually, but looks like they were kind of hammering it out there, so not totally casual racing today.
Yeah, that was really getting close to that wall there as well.
It was interesting. I got to paddle the open race this morning with 450 paddlers of all ages and levels, which was kind of cool. I remember paddling down this canal in Christianshavn. It was just fully packed like I've never seen it before. I think everyone that lives in Copenhagen also stopped just to look at what the hell is this?
What's going on here? And it looks like here's our second pack. They've just caught up to and passed the lead pack of our prone paddlers. So it looks like Duna is back out in front.
Rika Okawaki just behind her, Seychelles, and then Yona Rivette from France still in that second pack there, battling it out for third position. And the prone women's as well. Judith Verges out in front at the moment. Looks like Molly Roodhouse on the right-hand side of Eureka Haribe there, and then Cornelia Regati from Italy just behind her. So those 4 have really made a big gap between them and the second pack. It's going to be a great finish to sort out the medals for the prone women.
Yeah, it looks like Duna, she was kind of off to the side of Seychelles and Rika. It looked like she wanted to keep herself in a position to be in that front position. Everybody has a different strategy coming into the end of the race, whether you want to be pulling so that you're in the front position and knowing that you have enough in the tank to try to break away. Other athletes will sit behind, conserving energy, but when you're sitting behind, you do have to work really hard to get out and around. So different strategies from different athletes. We have our top prone pack going around the corner here. You can see Judette in first position, followed by Molly and Eureka.
They are making contact there with their arms as they're paddling. As we're looking at Espe in front at the moment for the SUP women.
And they are coming into the finish here. It looks like they are crossing. They are coming across. You can hear people cheering for them. Espe looks like she is pretty comfortable in her position. We'll see if there's any sort of a pass made. I believe they have to go through a finish arch. You can see Espe upping her rate a little bit here. I'm sure they're getting really excited. They know they're about to collect some gold and silver medals. It doesn't look like Marie Carmen has much in the tank to try to make any sort of a pass here.
I think there might be one more lap for this course. As they go around once more time around Christiansborg Palace, and then they make their way back into the finish.
Yeah,
okay.
I was just going to say, I'm not an athlete right now, and I haven't studied the long-distance course, but I believe they're going to be paddling around the Christiansborg canal, which is around the Parliament of Denmark. It's one of the most iconic small slices of water. But I paddled it this morning, and I was also confused about which way the course was, and I think that's one of the things I've noticed when speaking to the athletes this morning. There was a lot of nerves in terms of actually not getting lost, because there are all kinds of small nooks and crannies and canals you can end up in if you don't look around.
Yeah, so I was just trying to keep everybody at home on their toes and excited.
That's what we want to do.
Thanks for helping me not get distracted. Good thing I'm not on the course this year.
So it looks like Seychelles there. It's got out in front of Rika Okuwaki, Iona Rivette, just back there as well. So
and it looks like they've dropped somebody off that train.
Looks like Duna.
Duna has fallen back.
Like I said, she worked really, really hard in those first 2 laps. And it looks like it's maybe costing her a little bit. You can see Seychelles and Rika are in some fashion teammates with being on the same board company, SIC, so maybe there was an element of them working together.
As we
they both have a lot of experience in the distance here. Here we have our pack of 3. Don't see Cornelia there in that 3-pack anymore. And here we have Seychelles, Rika, and that's still Duna. Duna's still actually up in that pack, so that was actually Iona that they dropped from France. So getting a little boost of energy here, I think, from the cheers on the beach.
Definitely notice Seychelles upping her stroke rate here.
Seychelles opting for a pivot turn, Rika with a little cross bow.
As we see the prone women there. So Cornelia out on the right-hand side of screen.
And then that 3rd pack of stand-up women, led by Chilog Kochi from Hungary. She won a gold medal in the technical junior race.
I was really impressed by Chilog.
Yeah.
I was on the beach when she just crossed the finish line, and I think that was probably the single moment this event that gave me the most goosebumps when I saw her cross, and you could see the emotional reaction and the meaning this result had for her with her dad. I think she said very nicely, it's a family project, and it just brought tears, because that reminded me of the early races I did as well, and I think, yeah, that was a goosebumps moment.
Yeah, I got to talk to her father this morning, and he was very proud, and he was telling me some more about, she's an A student. She has big goals for college. Currently, she's 17, so she's not there yet, but he said that he's going to support her any way that she can with training and events and traveling. So really cool to see that she has that family support, and it obviously shows in her results. This is our 4th pack of paddlers.
Yeah.
So it looks like Nina is still leading that pack, followed by Soren Preston from the United States.
And that's Anya Anja Tecker from Germany, look like right behind there.
Here we go. These are our leaders here. We got Espe still leading. I think Marie Carmen, she does look like she's working pretty hard. Her rate's pretty high in order to stay with Espe here.
So we're going to come around this corner here to a right-hand turn, come straight down this canal and then finish up into the open channel.
You know, one of the funny things for me just looking at this picture in front of us right now is they're paddling down the canal right next to the House of Parliament here in Denmark. And it's just interesting, like, we're in the city and there's so much life that goes on. You know, we're here for a world championship. We're looking at athletes pushing their limits. But, like, up on the side, you have people biking home from work and going to pick up the kids from kindergarten, which is they're probably stopping up and looking, what the hell is going on here?
Harbour's being closed off for all the boat traffic, so our stand-up paddleboarders and prone paddleboarders taking to the water today. These are your current leaders for the women's SUP distance. Espe, she was behind Mara Carmen on that first lap, but she's put herself in front as they're coming in toward the finish very shortly.
Taking a little sip of water there.
It's going to be really interesting to see as they cross the next corner here and turn right, moving back towards the finish line. Like, what's that? How are the tactics going to play out? Because it seems like Marie Carmen, if I'm correct, has been drafting more.
She has, yes. But Espe looks really confident. I think she knows her training. I mean, I believe they have done some training together this summer. They've competed together this summer on the Euro Tour. They've gone back and forth in results. I know Marie Carmen had a lot of really great results in Europe. But the way that Esperance is paddling, as much as she's been out in front, she looks like she's not really concerned with getting past. I think she has done the preparations to lead and to, looks like she's confident to finish strong. So we'll see what happens.
At what point, a question for maybe Casper to start with and then Candace, at what point coming toward the finish line, and you're sitting in that 1, 2, 3 spot, still with a chance for that gold medal, at what point do you start pushing?
I think, in my opinion, it really comes down to what type of paddler you consider yourself. If you're a pace setter, you know, like maybe Esperanza is, she'll stay out in front and she might want to just confidently stay there. You know, there's a reason she's not drafting, because she wants to push a high pace. Myself, you know, I was never that pace setter, so I would always be one of those opportunists that would sit on the draft and wait for the right moment to strike. For me, it would generally be maybe the last 300-400 meters. That would be my forte. What would you say, Candace?
Yeah, and it also depends, you know, if you have a turn at the end, they're going to be coming around a corner, so I'm not sure how long they have of a straightaway for a pass. I was, what I guess you could say, more of a
I'm guessing they have like
setter.
I think they have 400 or 500 meters straight line to the finish.
Okay, so yeah, I'm still trying to figure out when to make my move. I like to stay out in front, and I don't like to be in the back, but that's also played to my disadvantage in the past. So I'm taking notes from these ladies here. Seychelles looking really strong actually here. She's, you know, I know she really wants to medal here. She's been working really hard, coming back from having a child. You can see that her rate has picked up. She looks confident. She looks hungry. And it's going to be interesting to see of those 3 women who ends up in medal contention.
I love these colors, the reflection on the water right now. It feels like I'm looking at Copenhagen in a totally different light than I'm used to. It feels like we almost got the tropical vibe going outside. Everyone's walking around in t-shirt and shorts.
You mean you don't normally fly in a helicopter looking at the city?
I would, no, not usually, but I would say I walk around in a winter coat this time of year, usually.
I know, you're in shorts.
We've been blessed with the weather this week. It's been absolutely spectacular for all the competitors.
Chilak has had a breakaway from this pack, so the young Hungarian junior paddler putting in a really great show here in this distance race. Really great form, nice reach, really clean entry, exiting near feet, nice power triangle.
Yeah, it's been great to see Chilak racing this week. As we're going to cross to Emily and Drew down in the boat. They've got some action ready for you as these top paddlers come out toward the finish line.
Yes, thanks, Bo. We are here. We're just sitting here at the final turn before they're coming up at the finish line. And as we're seeing here, we're still having the front, Marie Carmen right after, so it looks like they're gonna battle it out on the finish line for that gold medal. They really just kept extending their lead throughout the whole race. So yeah, just enjoy these pictures of them coming out of the under this tunnel or under this bridge and going up for the last 500 meters, and they're taking this last turn.
That's hard.
And yeah, so we're gonna see if we can follow them here, see who's gonna go for that gold medal. Drew, what are you seeing? Who do you think looks strong for that sprint final?
Yeah, thanks, Emily. I'll tell you what, Espy looks very, very strong coming out of that last turn. However, Mary Carmen picking up the stroke rate right now in this final 400 meters coming underneath the bridge. Both paddlers look very, very strong. We'll see if Mary Carmen has enough in the tank to overtake as they come back into view. Back to you.
Yeah, so we're just coming up here on the final distance, so I'll show it back to you guys in the studio so you can comment what is going on.
Yeah, so it looked like Marie Carmen was trying to up her rate possibly for a pass under that bridge, but was unable to, and so you can see them in your sights here. Esperanza is paddling a little bit quicker now.
Jimbo, once we hand it off up here,
it's going to be a tall order for me to make the pass.
It off, and we'll go back.
They look so strong right now, but I mean, these last few hundred meters are going to be the big deciding factor.
Yeah, Marie Carmen is really great at sprinting, but Espe has that great endurance engine. She's pretty much kept the same rate this entire time, and Marie Carmen has had a higher rate just to stay on her draft. So she's working a little bit harder, taking more strokes to cover the same amount of ground that Esperanza is taking in fewer strokes.
They're making their way towards the finish line. Very close now. Looks like Espe is starting to hit the gas.
And if you just look at Marie Carmen's body language, you can see she's really using as much of her body as she can at this point to try to hang on. So I don't predict that we're going to see a pass here, but anything is possible.
Marie Carmen is hanging on for dear life right now. She's going to want to try to put herself in a position, maybe make a strike at the end, but definitely just looking at body language, Espe is in the driver's seat right now. Marie Carmen putting everything on the line. Like you can see, that's a body that's giving 120% there.
Yeah, and you know, I do think as well, these ladies have a tremendous amount of respect for each other. Marie Carmen knows Espe did a lot of the work with the longer portion of this race. Every racer has a different strategy, but it looks like we're going to finish right here. It's not over till it's over.
Not Mary Carmen's putting in some
you never know.
Strokes.
It's exciting.
Up the cadence.
Game on, go, go, go.
Looks like we're getting very close to the finish line. Beautiful shot there of our finish line with Espe coming in front of Mary Carmen. The spectators there cheering her on, so it does look like we will have Esperanza Paredes from Spain. There she goes, crossing the finish line now. Time of 1 hour, 15 minutes. Mary Carmen, silver medal this year's ISA distance SUP race for the women.
What a great race between these two women, just really showing how strong they are, especially in comparison to the rest of the field. And it looks like we got an interesting race here. Duna back up in the front of this pack. Seychelles did a lot of hard work on that last stretch. It looks like Duna is in striking position for bronze. We'll see what's going to happen. Seychelles has a lot of experience in distance races and then finishing strong at the end. Rika is right hot on Duna's tail. So this is going to be interesting to see who ends up with the bronze and the copper.
It's going to be really interesting, and it's going to come down between these three ladies. It's going to be a good sprint at the end, I'm fairly confident to say. And what really impressed me in the technical races was exactly Duna's explosive abilities. That's how she got a little bit of an edge on Espe there in the tech races. So
yeah, Duna looks really confident right here. You can see her body language, really good form still. So she's holding good form at the end of this race, which means she's still got something in the tank. It looks like Seychelles is wanting to make a pass on the outside, but she's coming really close. She's going to have to redirect.
Oh, there was contact.
Yeah, sometimes when your head's down and you're going hard, you know, lose perspective of where you are a little bit. That's going to cost her some time, but it looks like she's challenging with Rika. It's going to be possibly a photo finish here. We'll see what's going to happen between her and Rika. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to pass Duna at this point. Really exciting finish here. They do have a little bit of ways to go here to the finish, but these ladies know that they are fighting for a medal.
That's a tight battle right there. It's a hard inside line. You have the reflection from the concrete wall that also plays a factor here, especially on Seychelles' inside line. That might come into play.
Looks like Duna is gonna probably be able to hold these ladies off as long as she stays on her board getting into this finish arch. It's gonna be a strong finish here between Seychelles and Rika. So far, Rika has the edge by a few feet. Let's see what happens here. Duna for bronze, and it looks like it's gonna be Rika for the copper. What a great fight there from Seychelles.
Wow.
That was a really exciting battle there between these ladies.
Fantastic finish. You see Duna Gordillo, bronze medalist.
You can see they're tired. They put some energy out today.
And the young Chilog Kochit from Hungary looking really strong still here, coming across for 6th place.
And, you know, that's one of the standouts for me of this event is really seeing the junior women stepping it up to battle with the women. They're fully in contention now.
I think last year in France she finished maybe 12th or 13th in the distance, and now 6th. So that's a great finish for her. She's going to be proud of that result. Coming in 7th place.
That's Yona Rive from France.
Getting some valuable points for France. So that was a really great result for Spain. Spain taking 2 of the top spots in this race. Japan taking a copper. So in the overall team standings currently, Japan and Spain are going neck and neck. So it looks like Spain still has a little bit of an edge. And here we have...
Let's look at the prone women's paddleboarding.
Oh, this is interesting.
Ladies coming in here. So we now have 3 paddlers. It looks like Cornelia Rigati's dropped off. So it's Judith Verges, Eureka Haribe, and Molly Roodhouse here, side by side. Very even at the moment, coming in toward the finish line.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting too because they've got some stand-up paddlers as well on the course. And this is really tight at the finish. This looks like they've got 3 paddlers side by side. Gonna have to make their move, but they also are gonna have to maneuver around these other paddlers who are finishing as well.
So these women have led the race for the whole way. They started really strong. As we see Molly up on her knees at the moment, paddling hard, trying to get ahead. Made contact there with Eureka, but Eureka's looking for a 3rd gold medal in a row. Judith Verges on the left side there. They are very even at the moment.
Wow, what a finish, what a finish.
Molly Roodhouse just out in front, it looks like. Her board just out in front. Judith Verges not far behind. Who's going to take the win here as we look at a very photo finish there? We're going to get the official results for you.
Yeah, that's definitely too close to call right there. I want to see the photo finish.
Might have to go to a photo finish, just depending on where the timing chips are on the boards of the paddlers. Not exactly sure of that result right there.
See Cornelia Rigati from Italy crossing the line in 4th place. We're going to get you the official results for the prone women as they come to hand. You can see all of the athletes there hydrating.
That's one of my favorite moments. Like, I think all athletes appreciate after the race. You know, we gave it everything on the water, but sitting there after the finish line, high-fiving each other, talking war stories, that's one of those favorite moments of each athlete.
Yeah, they're all tired. You can see they worked so hard.
What a finish to the race for the prone women. Those 3 competitors battled it out all race long. And it looked like.
You could see athletes congratulating each other. There's a tremendous amount of respect between each of these paddlers on the water. They work hard, they battle it out, but then they have great sportsmanship on the finish line. And here we go, we have, looks like Tiana from the United States working her way towards the finish. And some of those later packs of the stand-up paddle race coming up.
So it looks like she got away from Elise Dorillon from France. What a long way in front. see paddleboard. Tiana coming in from Team USA. And the SUP women behind them as well. Remember, stay tuned to ISAsurf.org. The results will be posted there. We are still awaiting the official results for the prone women. They are going to the photo finish replays.
We know that there's a photo finish, and the finish line is the beginning of the arch itself, not the parts of that hold up the arch. So it's the beginning of the arch and the nose of the board. That is what determines the finish. And it looks like, here it is, we have England's Molly Roodhouse in first place, followed by Japan, Eureka Haribe. Third place is Judith Vargas, and fourth is Cornelia Rigatti from Italy.
Molly taking it home for England. Gold medal.
England's on a roll. This is their second gold medal.
Their second gold medal, and in traditional prone paddleboarding, I got to talk to Andrew this morning, our gold medalist in the men's technical, and he was telling me about Molly. He's like, I think she's going to take it.
Well, she did. She ended up coming home with the gold, so Team England very happy as we see our women's SUP distance competitors crossing the line.
I see on the line there we had Emma Freya crossing right now from Denmark. Big moment for her competing at a world championship at home in Denmark in front of family and friends. There's some tired girls right there.
And we do have Emily down canal side with the winner of the distance final.
Yes, that is correct. I am here with Espe. Espe, congratulations. This is your third gold medal in the long distance race. Congratulations. Just say a few words. What are you feeling right now?
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to take the win here in Copenhagen. For me, it's a super special place. I don't used to paddle that much on flat water, but the last year I've been focused on improve my performance on these conditions. So that's incredible for me. I can't wait anymore.
And just to talk a little bit about this incredible race that you just did, it looked like you and Mary Carmen really broke free of the rest of the group quite early in the race. Were you guys teaming up? Were you guys, I saw that you were taking the lead most of the race.
Yes, the last month and also the last year we've been training together. We have the same coach over training, so I think one of the keys today was that we know each other, so we know when everyone has the chance. And this time I thought that maybe I could save some energy until the end and then push all the rest that I had, so it worked. I'm happy.
So what you're saying is there was a bit of teamwork until you hit the finish line?
No, not really teamwork. We are friends outside, but once we are in a start line, everyone wants to win. So we just went paddling in our own strategic. And it was good. It was quite close, but I was quite calm during all the race, thinking about what I wanted to do, so it was good for me. My mind was clear. And then at the end I have a push and I could take the win, but everyone has a super good start. All the girls were really close, and then at the end it was like this, but congrats to everyone.
So you're saying you really, you managed to preserve your energy and have that energy to push in the end. How did you manage to do that? I saw the pack coming after you. They were really pushing hard, but you guys kept extending your lead.
I was having a look backwards, and I was checking that Duna she did an amazing race too for the Spanish team, and she was coming close to us. So sometimes we need to push a bit more, and having a look backwards, and then, well, at the end, in the last lap, we thought that we have, in my opinion, we had like enough gap. We tried to save some energy and then push the last 2Ks.
Well, amazing. Congratulations on this amazing win here in the middle of Copenhagen. There is a lot of spectators here cheering on you. It must be an amazing feeling. Is there a few words you'd like to say in Spanish to everybody watching at home?
Esto es para mi madre. I'm so happy, and this is to my family and my mom.
Amazing. Go and enjoy it with the team, and congratulations.
Very happy and emotional as Espe Baranza
I just love the interviews, the humility and the professionalism as an athlete and the emotion. It's so beautiful. I loved hearing her strategy, hearing her say how she basically she had her strategy. She knew how to control her pace, right? She said, I was controlling the pace and then save enough to have a push at the end. And we could see a really calm cadence from her the entire race. So to be able to lead a race like that, to lead the front pack, but to know you have a little bit left in the tank is exceptional.
So Esperanza Paredes there taking the gold. Mara Carmen Rivera from Puerto Rico in second place with the silver medal. And then Duna Gordillo taking bronze. As we see the finishers on screen there. A great job to all the women out there today. A really great course as well, Candice and Kat.
Yeah,
a lot of different aspects to it with the corners they need to take and the canals they need to go through.
On behalf of the Danish population, I thank you.
Thanks for having us. It's been an amazing week so far. We've still got more action to come. The men's prone SUP will be up next as we see competitors on the finish line chatting about the race.
What a great venue. I mean, tomorrow we're going to be back here for the sprint races, and people are going to be able to, spectators will be able to watch from right there, see all the action. Casper, you won your gold medal in 2017 here in the sprint races right in front of your home crowd. Obviously, you don't live in Copenhagen. You live in Clipmore, which is farther away, but essentially it's your home country in front of everyone. What is that like to be able to really showcase right in front of a spectator crowd like this?
Well, Copenhagen feels like home for me. It's my second home. I spend a lot of time over here, and definitely for me, that moment at the last ISA Worlds in 2017 that we had here, that moment I had in the sprints when I got the gold medal was just one of the most surreal experiences I've had. And I think when I think about it now, it was because of the fact that for me at least, I traveled so much out into the world to compete, and just the fact that you suddenly could have it at home was very, very special.
As we take a look at the recap from the distance SUP women's final. Great start from a lot of the competitors. Mara Carmen really pushed hard at the start, Candice, to get out in front.
Yeah, she did. She really worked hard to get out there, and then her and Espe were just hot from go to woe, out in the front, breaking the pack early. You can see Esperanza here with a really controlled pace. Some of our other packs working their way up. Great shots throughout the city. You can see our leaders. You can see our lead stand-up women prone pack. Here's Espe again, and Marie Carmen working their way through some of the canals. Coming around these tight corners, these ladies had to go under bridges, turning multiple bridges. What was it? 16 bridges throughout the course of this race. Here's our finish right here. Or what I thought was the finish. It was that rate from Espe that tricked me both times.
You can just see how dominant these two women were in creating a really big separation between them and bronze place. As we see Espe Paredes crossing the line with gold. Mara Carmen Rivera with silver. Very happy with those results for the women.
I loved hearing her talk about working on her strength in the flat water, and it really showed. Here we have Duna taking in a copper for Team Spain, and a really big battle between Rika and Seychelles for that copper medal going to Rika.
Yeah, good team points for Japan there as well.
I always find it very interesting looking at the tactics coming into the end of a race. You know, as we talked about a little bit before, some people are pace setters, some are sprinters. It's always interesting when you see a pack and, you know, the mental element of what are athletes planning, what are they plotting, who's planning to attack when. Just especially standing more on the sideline now looking at the races, that's what really intrigues me. And it was really interesting seeing especially that second pack with Duna, how they battled it out there.
Yeah, I was wondering, how is this going to play out? Duna had to work really hard for 2 laps, and then Rika and Seychelles took a bit of the load a little later there, and Duna was able to put herself back up into that bronze medal position.
As we see Lizette from Puerto Rico, the prone paddler, coming in across the line shortly.
And that was our paddler from Guatemala, Rafaela Vergara, who just finished on the stand-up.
So both Scottish women paddling together throughout the race. Angela and also Allison.
And big shout out to Fairbanks Primary School, where Angela is a teacher. I know her students are watching her right now. I'm sure they're cheering her on proudly.
Oh, that's beautiful right there.
Big shout out to the kids at Fairbanks. I'm sure they are so proud to see their teacher representing their country. Both of these women finishing strong.
It's fun to see Allison and Angela there. I've had the pleasure of paddling with them and the whole Scottish and British contingent over the years. They have such a strong paddling community over in the northwest, or the northern part of England. And they're always fun. I really enjoy the British teams because they have this spirit about them where, yeah, they're here to race, they're here to push some limits, but they know how to have a good time.
Yeah, they do. Speaking of a good time, we have a gold medalist waiting on the sidelines here. We're going to throw it down to Emily with an interview with our prone women's gold medalist.
Yes, thank you, Candice. I am here with Molly. Molly, congratulations. You are the 2024 world champion in prone paddling. Just give us a few words about what you're feeling at the moment.
That was such an amazing race. For me, flat waters and like the best conditions. And then you got a tour of Copenhagen as well, so it was brilliant.
But it also looked like a really tough race. There was like long distance. There was, you guys were looking tired. In the end, it was. I see you have a little bit of gel water up here. How do you keep energized throughout the race?
Yeah, it was a really stacked field. There was some big names in there, and it was really good just to get amongst it. So yeah, we sort of set a pace for ourselves, just constantly throwing in random bursts of speeds. It was a tough race, definitely at the end, trying to get on your knees and sprint finish. I felt like I was going to fall off. I was that tired.
Yeah, and we saw the finish here, and you're the only one who was paddling on your knees, and you're paddling on your knees a lot of the way. Well, how is your tactic different than from the other competitors?
Sure, I mean, I think I'd like to alternate a bit more because it's just using slightly different muscles. Just helps with trying to keep the same pace going, I suppose, without tiring so much.
And you're here with Team England. Can you just say a few words about what it means to be part of the team and be here with this team spirit?
Sure, I actually do need to shout out Andy, nicknamed Milky. He's amazing team captain, won the gold in the technical, best of luck for the distance. He's just been keeping the team spirit really high, and team morale's been great.
And now in the end, can you is there a few words you'd like to say to people watching at home?
I'm so pleased actually. My parents have come out all the way to Copenhagen. This will be the first time they've seen me watch race in person. I had a swim career obviously before this, and they've been the ones to and fro me from the pool every day. So to transfer over to board, it's just nice to show them and my family back at home and everybody back at Gillen Bays Beach who will be supporting me too.
And how are you going to celebrate the win?
Oh, it would be nice to have a few relaxed drinks, just chill out and have a look around this amazing place too. So it's nice to just, not feel pre-race nerves anymore.
Yeah, that sounds good. Well, I'm going to let you go and enjoy that win and with your family and with your teammates.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Emily, there with a very happy Molly Roothouse from England taking the gold medal in the prone women's distance race. She put on a fantastic sprint to the line right next to Judith Verges and Eureka Haribe. They really battled it out right to the finish line. These are the top women in the sport of prone paddling. So fantastic to see them as we're going to take a look at the highlights from that race. We saw a really strong start by those three women, but also Cornelia Regati from Italy. She got out there in that lead pack along with Elise Dordignon, and Tiana as well was in that front pack as well.
Yeah, Tiana was up in the mix for a while and fell back into that second pack. Cornelia worked really hard to get back up into that front pack. I mean, she was out there by herself working so hard, was able to get right up there. These ladies changing leads throughout the race. And we have a new world champion from England. England has now taken home 2 gold medals, showing that they can bring home gold medals. I was talking to Andrew this morning, and he said, we want to show everybody back at home that, hey, we can do it. You guys, come on, let's go.
Oh, it's fascinating to see. Also, in the SUP divisions, England has been a force to be reckoned with now. They have a strong young contingency as well, which definitely in one of my races gave me a run for my money, but beautiful racing here.
Yeah, there was that sprint photo finish.
Such a strong finish from all those 3 competitors. I think they'll all be stoked on how the race turned out.
There's your gold medalist right there. I'm sure she's excited to say hi to her mom and her dad here visiting.
As we take a look at the results from the prone women's distance race, you see Molly taking top honors there. Eureka in second. She was going for her 3rd gold medal in the distance race, but it came down to a matter of milliseconds. Look at those times.
Yeah, that's a 100th of a second.
Between the top 3.
Yeah, wow.
It's amazing. As we are going to go to a short commercial break, but do not go anywhere. Stay tuned to your screens. We're going to be coming back with the men's distance prone and SUP racing straight after this commercial.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing. The ISA strives to advance the sport of surfing by crowning world champions in multiple event disciplines each year. The World Surfing Games gathers the best national surfing teams to compete for gold. Since Olympic inclusion, the event has become a key part of the qualification pipeline for surfing in the Olympic Games. The World Junior Surfing Championship, which has celebrated surfing's youth since 1980, is a breeding ground for future generations of surfers, spawning the world champions of tomorrow. The World SUP and Paddleboard Championship combines the disciplines of SUP surfing, SUP racing and paddleboard racing into the world's most recognised event in stand-up paddle sports. The World Para-Surfing Championships gives universal access and opportunity to para-athletes to achieve sporting excellence. The World Longboard Championship showcases traditional longboard surfing, highlighting the style, flow and grace of this classic discipline. The quality and credibility of every competition hinges on the education of our officials. The ISA offers globally standardised certification courses for surf coaches and judges. A global standard adaptive surf certification program ensures instructors and therapists will be adequately trained and have the knowledge and tools to improve the skills of adaptive surfers. Global development of the sport across competitive and grassroots levels is a key element of the ISA mission. The ISA offers a scholarship program to young surfers who are outstanding role models in their communities and aids them in their education and surfing ambitions. Water connects the world, uniting us all, and together we can all create a better world through surfing.
Hey, what's up everyone? We're here at the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship in Copenhagen. This is the opening ceremony. This is Team Denmark. Welcome to Copenhagen.
I'd like to thank you everybody for coming to beautiful Denmark and going to spend these amazing days. The ISA SUP and Paddleboard World Surfing Championships. SUP racing and SUP in general is part of the Olympic Games as it deserves to be. Thank you everybody, enjoy the competition, have a good time.
Hello everyone and welcome to beautiful Copenhagen. We are down here at Amager Strand Park for the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Check out the highlights from day one from the men and women's technical race.
You're always aiming for the gold, but you never know what can happen. Even tomorrow, a lot of good and strong guys. So we're always aiming for gold, but we'll see what happens. We'll just push 100% and see where it goes.
Fine, there we go. A clean start.
To be honest, I think that the Spanish team the last year make like a super big step. So I don't want to say nothing, but I think that this can be our year. Yeah.
Tune back in tomorrow where we are having the technical race finals and the juniors and prone divisions.
Hello everyone and welcome to the second day of competition of the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. Today we will crown 6 new technical race world champions in the junior, the open and the paddleboard divisions.
All converge together on this buoy turn.
It's Kentaro Miyahira from Japan, grabs the flag and goes across the finish line. There is your new world champion.
There they are with a nice clean start to skim, and you can see Cecilia is...
I feel like this is the crown of my career so far. So yeah, this first place really means a lot to me.
Jumps off and prefers to run around. A very interesting technique.
To finally win that gold, you know, I know I'm not young. The guys on the team have been calling me the fossil, you know, jokingly, which is, I don't mind. We've had a good atmosphere in the team. Yeah, to finally get that is amazing.
Here he goes, the world champion gold medalist, Rai Taguchi. Here they are, women's technical SUP final off.
Stay tuned for more action on day 3 with a team relay race. Welcome back to Copenhagen, Denmark for day number 4 of the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. The third day of competition is all about team relay racing. We will crown today the best relay teams.
Turn and she's got the bump coming right at her, really clean.
I never really envisioned the day that I would, be ending my career, but very thankful to get to finish it off with a Danish relay team. It was a dream come true to finish here in Denmark, and I'm full of emotions in all directions right now. It's surreal.
And there is the start, men's prone 4, Sam 4.
歴代の人たちの思いがつながって、もう本当にここの4人だけじゃなくて、もうずっと最初から出てきてくれてるこの日本チーム、鈴木さんはじめ、本当に日本チームのみんなのため、みんなが取った金メダルだと思います。
Hey, what's up everyone? We're here at the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship in Copenhagen. This is the opening ceremony. This is Team Denmark. Welcome to Copenhagen.
I'd like to thank you everybody for coming to beautiful Denmark and going to spend these amazing days. The ISA SUP and Paddleboard World Surfing Championships. SUP racing and SUP in general is part of the Olympic Games as it deserves to be. Thank you everybody, enjoy the competition, have a good time. Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome to beautiful Copenhagen. We are down here at ISAsurfing Park for the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Check out the highlights from day one from the men and women's technical race.
You're always aiming for the gold, but you never know what can happen. Even tomorrow, a lot of good and strong guys. So we're always aiming for gold, but we'll see what happens. We'll just push 100% and see where it goes.
Fine, there we go. A clean start.
To be honest, I think that the Spanish team the last year make like a super big step. So I don't want to say nothing, but I think that this can be our year. Yeah.
Tune back in tomorrow where we are having the technical race finals and the juniors and pro divisions.
Hello everyone and welcome to the second day of competition of the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. Today we will crown 6 new technical race world champions in the junior, the open and the paddleboard divisions.
All converge together on this buoy turn.
It's Kotaro Miyahira from Japan, grabs the flag and goes across the finish line. There is your new world champion.
So they are with a nice clean start to skim, and you can see Cecilia is...
I feel like this is the crown of my career so far. So yeah, this first place really means a lot to me.
Jumps off and prefers to run around. A very interesting technique.
To finally win that gold, you know, I know I'm not young. The guys on the team have been calling me the fossil, you know, jokingly, which is, I don't mind. We've had a good atmosphere in the team. Yeah, to finally get that is amazing.
Here he goes, the world champion gold medalist, Rai Taguchi. Here they are, women's technical SUP final off.
Stay tuned for more action on day 3 with a team relay race.
Western Canal to then cross one more time, right turning the Orange Salmon Egg to navigate the Western Canal for a third time. The last time you navigate the Western Canal, you'll make a right turn at the kayak bar there. So your third lap, you'll make a right turn, and then you'll come in between this sectioned off area through the finish. This large bridge, the first bridge that you come to, you will only go under that bridge 2 times. One time on the start lap, and then coming back the opposite direction on the finish lap. This large bridge you will go under on the start, and then after you make a right on the kayak bar to the finish, you'll round that kayak bar and go under the bridge one last time for the finish. Does anyone have any questions with anything we've gone over? The starting procedure, we will call you to the marshalling line. We will then move you up to the start line. As you're moving up, you must stop your own board before you cross the line. If you cross the starting line, you will hear a multiple whistle, and that is a false start. We're not going to say, hey, get back, move back. As soon as you cross, it's a false start. So you are in control of your boards. You may not cross the start line. We will say racers ready, followed by the horn. It will be a standing start, yes. Other questions? The whole time you can be standing. The start line is between this orange ISA and the blue ISA on the opposite side. The marshalling line will be the orange salmon egg that's on the southern side of the start line. No leashes or PFDs are mandatory. Other questions? They're not. So in 5 minutes, we will start marshalling the prone paddlers.
Hello and welcome back to the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are getting ready for the men's prone distance start here. All competitors are on the line, ready to start this race. We've got the men's SUP just behind them, starting roughly 5 minutes after the prone men take off. My name is Bo Nix, and I'm joined with Drew Mirren in the booth to call the action. We've got Emily and Candice out there on the boat. We're going to be throwing to them throughout this race so you can get the sideline action. Drew, tell me a little bit about what you've seen today. You were out in the boat this morning with the women.
Yeah, no, I had a chance to get on the boat and actually see the course, and as you saw, the lap times got faster as we went along because, you know, there's a lot of circumnavigation through channels and whatnot, so athletes are really starting to find the line, but it seems like the key is just hugging the edge and making that course as short as possible.
We've got some big names coming up here for the men's prone. Some names to look out for. David Buil from Spain, gold medalist from last year in the distance. Also keep an eye out for Kobe Schulz from Australia, another young talent. Australia's been very dominant in the previous years of the prone paddleboard racing.
I mean, this kid Schultz, you know, he is the Australian. We were talking about this yesterday. The Aussies own the world of prone paddleboarding, and this kid comes out of Australia as a 2023 prone paddleboard champion. I mean, he's got to be one of the favorites coming in. However, Buell's, you know, he's got some accolades behind him. You got the Englishman with coming off that big tech win. We'll see if he can hold it. And I know he picked Molly. I'll tell you, Andrew Bynum said Molly will win the women's prone, and she did. So he's already been right once. We'll see if he can double up and take home the distance as well.
As we look at the men on the start line, we can hear that they are just about to get started here for the race. You can follow along on ISAsurf.org. Check out the tracking as we see on screen here. We've got live tracking, so you'll be able to follow them around the course. Fantastic bit of technology that we are using this year.
This is kind of cool, Bo, because, you know, it's a big field. So you can log on to ISAsurf.org, and you can see where your athlete lies within the pack. I mean, it's the first time we've ever used this. And honestly, you get to see kind of how much they're going throughout the city itself. I mean, there's boats in the way they're going around. I mean, it's really kind of a cool piece of technology we're bringing into the World Championships this year. I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, as we see the course map up on screen at the moment. So they're starting down there at the kind of bottom left of that map with that yellow line. They're going to follow it up through that long channel there. And they're going to head back into the canals of Copenhagen, going around some famous landmarks of the city.
And some great food spots, let me tell you. I just went on the boat. There's a bar on the canal. Like, yeah, like, you know, pull on in there. I didn't see any of our athletes partake in that, but, you know, it's an option if you wanted to go by there. But
that's it.
Very cool. A lot of spectators throughout the entire course, which was fascinating.
It's fantastic. A 13-kilometer course for the distance race. 3 laps.
You know, the 13K really played a role. You know, usually we're a little longer distance. And usually these distance races for people at home, you know, it's buoy and back. That's how most of these are. Open ocean, go to a far buoy, and then come back. And this one has really proven to be different because it adds a little bit of technicality to it.
It certainly does. As you see the prone men distance race going for a start here. You see all of the competitors still staying pretty close together.
And what's cool about it, a water start. So trying to keep all of those athletes lined up in a row was pretty incredible. And you see out to an early lead right now. We got the Aussie, the Japanese rider So in that mix, as well as Couchard on the outside.
Yeah, that's right. Couchard from France did very well with a silver medal in the tech prone race earlier this week. It does look like we see Australia possibly just out in front. David Buil as well up there in the mix. It's going to be a fantastic race. The starts, Drew, you need to get off to a great start to put yourself in that lead pack. If you find yourself falling back, it's going to take a lot of effort to catch up. Although it is quite a long course, you can easily create a bit of distance between each and every person out there on the water today.
No, it's really true. And you're going to see So on that blackboard stay on his stomach the entire time. That board is only 17 inches wide, so it's very, very narrow, and it gets very, very unstable as he jumps on his knees. So he's just going to be in that lay down position and paddling through this the entire time, Bo.
Yeah, interesting point there, Drew. So not opting to go up on his knees on being on such a narrow piece of equipment. He did shape his own board coming into this. So
that's pretty cool story.
Yeah,
I
very
mean,
cool story.
He's 20 years old, from Japan, shaping his own board and out there challenging it on a totally different style. You see most people on the Joe Bark special, the Barks. You see that name all over from California. Joe Bark, one of the innovators in prone paddleboarding. His son Jack Bard, one of the top prone paddleboarders in the entire world. And to come out with a lightning bolt signature design for a world championship, and I don't even think he had a chance to really get on it a lot in Japan. I mean, he had that board built, took it out a couple times, said, I'm going to race in the World Championship. So there's a little bit to be said about that.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about that for sure. And it's great to see some of these athletes creating their own equipment and making sure that they are tailoring their boards to suit the conditions they will be paddling in. So competing in the tech race just before. No waves this year at the tech race.
Are you missing it? Are you missing the waves? I am.
I am, but I think, I will say I am, but I think that the flat water creates more of an atmosphere. Athletes are closer together. The waves do create a bit of separation between athletes, but that's where that excitement comes in as well.
It really does. I mean, I think it's a totally different type of course this year in Denmark. It's very beautiful, flat water. There's absolutely no current out there. The water temperature is around 64 degrees, so it's very refreshing. That sun is putting a lot of heat down on the water, though, so you're going to see our athletes starting to hydrate quite a bit going into that end of the second, third lap.
Drew, can I ask you a question? You were out there on the boat before. Were all of the athletes using hydration, or were some of them opting not to?
No, everybody was using hydration out there. I mean, even though it's only 13K, you definitely have to stay hydrated because this is kind of abnormal winter for Copenhagen. Usually it's a lot chillier. However, all these athletes are from all over the world, but who knows what they prepared for, you know? I mean, you're coming to a location when most likely it's supposed to be 10 Celsius cooler. So, you know, it kind of throws a whole nother look into it. But yeah, today we couldn't ask for better conditions if you look at that live shot. Just sunny, beautiful, flat, not a breath of wind now as the wind really started to calm down at the end of the women's race.
Absolutely fantastic conditions out there in the beautiful city of Copenhagen in Denmark, hosting this year's ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We were back here 7 years ago in 2017. Now we're back again. The beautiful shot here of the canal looking back at the prone paddleboarders.
Interesting change of events here as the Irishman's is out in front right now. That's Sienna Abdi from Ireland. He's got a little bit of a lead out in front of the Aussie. And then just behind him, we have Spain. So off to an early shot there. It is a long race, but to see Ireland out in front, that's pretty exciting.
Ireland, yeah, fantastic machine there. Doing well for his country. The sole representation from Ireland.
Oh, it's Onsen McGrath. My apologies.
Yeah, Oisin McGrath, yep. He is out there competing, doing well. You can see the paddlers taking a little bit of a different line. Maybe some of them opting to go a bit wider into the channel here.
Still pretty tight through there. It's still, you know, we expected them to see falling in line and kind of drafting off each other, but going 5 wide at 442 as they start to converge now. But there is your defending champion, David Booley, out in front now, sitting in that second place position.
Interesting fact about Oisin McGrath, he's a current world record holder for the fastest crossing of the North Channel, which sits between Northern Ireland and Scotland. So he's done that recently, made a record.
I wonder how many people have done that. There's
quite a few people have done that before, beforehand. No huge thing, but it's definitely something that people do, and it's a tough bit of water, the North Sea up there. It's really challenging conditions. So a little bit different to what he's used to, but he's doing well to stay up with that lead pack at the moment. You can see they're starting to turn toward the camera a little bit now, getting ready to head into the smaller canals.
And the smaller canals are just flat calm. I mean, flat calm. And you can see they're a little bit deeper in the channel. I expected them to see him hugging that wall just a little bit more as they come through. But you see So there in that like 7th position there with his long legs sticking up in the air, the young 20-year-old from Japan. But there's Andrew Byatt now. He's trying to double up. That'd be a big win if England could double up both in tech and distance.
Yeah, that's right. He's definitely looking to back up that gold medal from the tech racing earlier. As we're going to throw it down to Emily on the boat, she's going to be looking at the start of the men's SUP distance race. Emily, what have you got for us? So we are just taking a look at the prone men at the moment. We'll get back to the start of the SUP men's distance race in a moment. So Nomura making a little bit of a jump up there into second place at the moment.
Yeah, I think the SUP is a stacked heat. I mean, we were trying to make some little notches there. Look at dark horses. There's a lot of talent come up in that SUP distance, especially at the 13K mark. That changes the whole game. That really opens it up for a lot more of the sprinters. I'm sure we can talk to Casper about that coming up because, you know, at 13K, you're kind of in the middle there. And so that kind of changes the dynamic a little bit.
It certainly does. You have some of these competitors coming up in the men's SUP like Michael Booth, who excels at those 15, 18, 20-kilometer races.
He's a distance guy. He'll tell you, the longer, the better. Make that thing 137 miles. That's where I that's where I stride.
That's where Itzel strives too, coming off the 11th
Absolutely.
city. Yeah.
So you start shortening down that. The sprinters start having maybe a little bit more of an edge and get in the mix there. So it'd be interesting to see how they fare.
It definitely will be, as we're going to go to the start of the men's SUP distance race with Emily down on the boat.
Yes, thanks, Bo. We are here on the boat. We're just about to start the race. I think I have to be a bit quiet. We're just about to get the horn, getting this starting. It's really exciting. Look at this field stacked with amazing athletes as we are getting a start. And listen to the crowd. Let's see who's getting the lead here. I'm having Candice with me on the boat. Candice, can you tell me a little bit about what you're seeing right here?
Yeah, we have a really exciting start line, a really tight area to start, so these athletes are side by side. You can see Boothie pushing out in front. He's in the bright green cap, so he's easy to spot. He's going to be the one to watch along with a couple other of these guys. We've got Donato Friens right on his right side pushing hard. So you're going to start to see packs develop as athletes start to spread out a little bit. We've got a little bit of wash in the back here for some of these athletes that are in the middle. But currently out in front, we have Michael Booth and then another starboard paddler to a little bit to the right of him. Hard to see who that is from here. It looks like Italy. Italy is pushing hard out in the front, as well as Donato Friens, Michael Booth. These athletes pushing really hard, and now you can see them start to settle into their pace. Their rates were really, really high, and now they're starting to settle in. So it's going to be interesting to see what pans out with these draft packs as they start to form. What are you guys seeing over there from the booth?
A great start from the men's SUP distance race there. You can see that it's probably starting to maybe have about 3 different trains here at the moment to be able to draft each other. I know Michael Booth likes to go out on his own to kind of set a draft train. That's him out there on the left at the moment in that cap. So he's just sitting back from the leaders, as you saw Donato Friens up in there.
And that's honestly a very, very good start for Michael Booth. If you remember 2017 when he was here, he was sick, not feeling well. He knew he wasn't going to do well and ended up finishing like 14th or something like that. So he has something to prove here in Denmark, coming back to this country and trying to overtake it. But sitting on that far outside, that's right where he wants to be. Everybody will start pushing in towards that wall. And now this is normal Boothie. He just kind of goes out and does his own thing, and everybody else is just along for the ride. So great start for him in comparison to previous years.
Yeah, looks like taking a little bit of a different line as well. We saw the last races from the women and also the men's prone sticking to the right-hand side there. Boothie's really kind of breaking that trend, staying a little bit more in the middle of the canal. He's going to end up joining that leading pack there.
And I don't think that really matters. With no current, it doesn't matter where you are. It's basically just the fastest point to point, you know what I'm saying? So if you look down the end of the canal, he was on that left-hand side. He's just going to try to keep as straight of a line as he can to that corner edge there. And by the way, there's a fantastic food truck at the end of that. Just pointing that out there too. But you know, he's going to kind of just try to take it point to point. Boothie's very, very smart, very talented on that, and keeping those lines. The 33-year-old from Perth, going to be a daddy again for the second time. That's pretty cool. Yeah, very excited. He told me he was having a daughter. He didn't know what to do.
I'll give you some tips.
He goes, I'm having a daughter. He goes, I thought it was another boy. They told me a daughter. I said, what? So like my mom always said, it's, you know, you'd rather have 10 boys than 1 girl. So good luck with that, Michael Booth. Maybe they're different and not down under. I don't know.
That could be. As we get a great shot here from one of the corners of the city, Copenhagen. You can really see the different draft trains starting to form at the moment as they're down this opening stretch of the distance race. They're going to take a right-hand turn shortly.
Yeah, they're going to take this right-hand turn, and then we'll pick them up with the drone through this interior canal. And this kind of goes out to the open dam area where they're kind of coming into your living room. This kind of goes out. All the boats are stacked up back in there. So this is going to be, if you want to talk about conditions, this particular area, this is where they're going to see the most amount of wind chop, boat wake, anything like that is where they're going to do it. You see a little bit of boards kind of bouncing around out there, but not bad at all.
No, beautiful conditions here for this year's installment of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We see Clement Colmas currently holding down the fort at the front, the French competitor.
He's got to be happy with that start, you know. Clement looked very, very good in the technical. Obviously, distance is kind of his key. But the French team, they have some work to do if they're going to get back in the points lead in the overall, because Spain and Japan are just running away with this thing.
They certainly are. We had a fantastic finish from Spain in the women's SUP distance. Espe Paredes taking gold there, and then also Juno Gordillo taking bronze, so good, valuable points for Team Spain. We did have Eureka Haribe finish second in the distance women's prone.
The other thing I want to point out is, you know, Colmas and Sanchez, 1 and 3 right there, they're both tech sprinters. So this is exactly what I was talking about. Even though it's early in the race, just lap number 1, you know, they're good sprinters, and you're seeing them at the front of this distance. So it's going to come down to endurance here in lap number 2 and 3, and we'll see if people like Boothie, who sort of carry more of a consistency across, will endure. And there's Boothie from Australia currently sitting in that 6th place spot with the green hat on the bottom of your screen.
Also got Ethan Bry in the mix from France as well.
That's
so
a good name.
Very
good to see him out there.
Up there. Blue Ewers just back from that pack there on the NSP.
We called his name a lot lately.
As we take a look at the live tracking on the ISA Surf, you can check that out online. And we're going to take the action back toward the prone men's distance race. You can see the different colors on screen, the red being the prone and the blue being the SUP.
Now, last time we saw the women's SUP pick up the prone paddleboarders early on, about lap 1 point, about halfway through the contest. You saw them start to converge. I see these men's SUP, they're carrying about an 8-kilometer pace right now. So that's very, very quick. They should catch them quite quickly, but isn't that an iconic shot coming through there? You see all the boats stacked in there. I mean, people use their boats as cars around here. It's like, hey, I'm just going to take the boat to work, honey. I'll be back. I'm going to run to the grocery store. But, I mean, it's so beautiful. You see how flat, calm. It's like a mirror down there right now, Bo.
Absolutely beautiful. As you were saying before, Drew, being in these canals through the streets of Copenhagen there, not much wind, 0 wind at all. As we can see the leader there. It looks like Sonomura.
No, that's David Buell.
David Buell, yep.
Yep, Buell's just on the outside, just in front. It looks like Ireland. That's Osen McGrath, just fell off now into that 2nd place, but they're kind of bouncing back and forth. And you're starting to see our prone paddleboarders, I'm sure you guys talked about it in the last race, utilizing that side draft. They won't really get tip to tail all that much. They like that side wash coming off with that sort of a curved hull, so it creates kind of a nice little wake for them. So you'll see them side wash draft a lot. And there is the current situation, as Ireland now back out in front on that inside. He's dead center in the center of your screen, just pushing out in front right now. So a nice shot of those guys coming through. And I expect to see this pack sort of start to spread apart in the next lap.
Yeah, definitely. We'll start to push a bit more as they go into lap 2, especially into the back end of the race. Lap number 3, you can see a nice tight pack there, though.
Interesting one here is number 6, Andrade from Brazil. You know, he's not a name everybody knows about, but now he's making his way back up into 5th. Watch for him to kind of stick in this to the end. I don't know if he's capable of finishing the top 3, but he'll definitely be in that top 5, 6, 7 riders.
Yeah, JD competed last year as well in France for the 2023 edition. So it's good to see him back here. He's going to be looking to do better this time. As you can see how tight they get to the wall here.
Look at Byatt. Byatt's going to be paddling on shore here in a little bit. His right hand is just scraping the wall on that blue prone paddleboard. Now everybody's going to converge on him, and he's got the line going into the corner. Perfectly done by Andrew Byatt. And that's what I'm talking about. It's the tightest lines. Everybody's just going to be tight to tight, point to point. And now you're going to see him stretch out and just pick a point straight in front of him and just try to carry that straight line. Less strokes, faster you go.
Exactly right. A lot of these competitors opting for quite large fins in their board. I saw them have smaller fins for the tech race, being able to maneuver their boards quickly, but these guys opting for a bigger fin, going to hold them in a straighter line for a lot longer. As we see a little bit of an overtake here happening. Someone's making a move there.
Yeah, this is the first lap. Everybody's just kind of feeling everybody out. We're going to see the leaders start pulling people along, and then there's a lot of communication. I think I spoke about that in the last race between especially the prone paddleboarders on who was going to carry, push, pull. A lot of communication going on throughout those paddlers. So as you see them coming out the round bridge, that is the round bridge they call it. Pretty simple. Cool spot though. Very cool spot. One of the coolest bridges we've seen. They come out there through into the larger channel where the event side is. You can see top of screen there. That is where our city venue is here in Copenhagen. And Bo, I got to tell you one thing. I think they're setting a new record for attendance. There is more people stacked up on the canals all across the city. It's pretty fascinating to watch. When those paddlers come through there, it's just eruption. So I'm sure that helps the paddlers too kind of get a little bit of energy. Oh, definitely. I mean, the weather we have today and this week is just brings everyone out for the sunshine. Got the world's best paddleboarders and stand-up paddleboarders on the water today for the distance racing. Thank you very much for tuning in wherever you are watching from. It's fantastic to have you with us. And you can see on screen there the list of competitors for the men's distance prone. Kind of want to bounce back and see those stand-up paddlers and see who got the whole shot around that canal, because that's going to kind of set the tone for the race. That first turn just kind of stretches everybody out. And not to say that there's not going to be some jostling for position there, but there's something to be said about the whole shot, no matter if it's in a cross-city race like this or a buoy-to-back race. As we're going to throw it down to Emily on the boat as we see the men's prone paddleboarding come out into the city.
Yes, thanks, Drew. I am just down here. We're just seeing the prone paddlers coming under the circle bridge here. It looks like we're having Andrew from England in the front leading this pack. And I heard you guys in the studio was talking about the conditions out here in the water. It is still, beautiful as it was before. The wind picked up a tiny little bit. There's a little bit more bump on the water than we saw earlier today. And maybe I'll turn over to you, Candice. Can you say a little bit about the technique and who's leading this pack?
Yeah, right now we have Andrew Byatt along with Kobe from Australia out in front. They're both up on their knees, kind of going stroke for stroke. On the outside is Hiso Nomura from Japan. He's going to opt to go on his belly this entire race. He's here to prove, I talked to his coach, Suzuki. He said he's here to prove that surfers are faster than surf lifesavers. So he's on a mission. He's on a board that's 17 inches wide, so it's not going to allow him to even get on his knees, but he opts for belly paddling. So we've got a pack here of about 8 paddlers. There's a nice draft. You can see Andrew and Kobe are doing a lot of the work, but both of them are confident. Kobe comes from surf lifesaving in Australia. He competes for the North Cliff Club, and he just did his first Molokai crossing this summer. So he's got a lot of endurance in the tank, and we've got a great race on our hands, you guys. Let us know what you're seeing.
Yeah, so we just saw the prone paddleboarding lead group there. A lot of the top names we expected to see up in the mix as we see the rest of the field trying to chase them down. We see Sonomura out there on his own, taking a different line. And we see Italian. Yeah, there's the actual start-finish line right there, and they're going to loop around this entire particular island here. It is an island. They'll go through that canal to your left-hand side and loop back around to complete lap number 1. But that's an interesting technique right there. I love that. Maybe he's listening to some music. Yeah, he's rocking out, man. Along. He's just like, boom. That's fantastic. I like it. So coming across the front of the finish line area. You'll see these competitors opt for different techniques. You'll see some of them kicking their legs to be able to get a little bit more kind of speed out of their board as they're pushing it along. We see some of the competitors making their way through as well. Yeah, nice look there. I believe that's Team USA rider David Morale. He's coming around the bend now. And watch, he's an older gentleman. He's kind of like the leader of Team USA, and he's been pushing his team hard. He's got some young athletes on there.
that he's really been trying to groom and whatnot. And he's definitely a top contender when it comes to, but he likes a longer distance, really. 13K is kind of short for him. He's used to going up and down the California coast 20, 25 miles. So
yeah, Donald's been around for a long time here in the ISA. As we take a look back to the men's SUP distance category, you can see there's still a lot of the top paddlers in that leading pack. They've kind of split up a little bit to create their own small draft trains. We're going to see them converge at the bridge here, and we'll bring you the update of who is in front. Remember, you can track the athletes on ISAsurf.org. They're just paddling into the shadows of the skyscrapers here in Copenhagen. They'll come out into the beautiful sunshine that will greet them. Some great angles here from the boat of the athletes making their way through.
Yeah, and you got Clement Colmas now out in front. He's trying to pull the rest of the group there. Boothie now dropping into that 6th place position. And the rest of them, we're starting to get some lapped prone paddleboard riders. We saw that kind of impact. You know, you kind of have to play a little bit of what they call that, defensive paddling, I guess you would call it, Bo.
Yeah.
But as you navigate these lapped paddlers, but Colmas with a nice start there. You got Murillo from Spain, currently sitting in that 2nd spot. But you see him jostling back in position, and really they're not jumping in a draft train. That's what, you know, in a longer race you'd see a line of about 8 of them, and they're 3 wide coming around this bend. So they're treating this race more or less of a sort of a distance sprint versus a distance paddle.
Yeah, that's right. Taguchi there on screen, so taking the lead now.
Looking for that 4-peat, baby. Let's go.
Exactly right, taking the win in the tech race earlier this week.
And look where he does it, right in front of the whole entire audience. Every spectator from Japan and everywhere else is sitting on the left-hand side of your screen right now, cheering him on. So what a place to pass.
Exactly, and also right behind him, Kataro Mihira from Japan too. So right behind Rai, they're going to stick together, work together.
Yeah, he's a young paddler out of Japan, and Rai's been trying to groom him. His dad is here. Rai's dad has been coaching him the entire time. His dad's actually a spear fisherman from back home in Japan and spends a lot of time in the ocean. Took some time off to come out and support Rai. And, you know, his teammate actually won this 2 years in a row, 2 world championships in a row, and decided to opt out, focus on school this trip. So Team Japan's got a lot of pressure on Rai to take home the gold.
They certainly do, but we saw Kataro take the win for the junior boys tech race earlier on. So Japan getting lots of fantastic team points for their team. So that is your current standings in this men's SUP distance race. Rai, Clement, Colmas up there in front as well. As we see a competitor just come off there. It's going to give them others an opportunity to get in front. Bring you up to date on who that was.
Like
Could look like it was one of the USA competitors.
Just looked like he lost his footing, and fortunately enough, he just fell backwards on his board. Give him some credit. He's got some pretty good balance to make that happen.
Certainly does, to be able to stay on that board, especially during a race. As we see them go past where all the spectators are sitting right next to the action.
Another thing I want to point out on Rai, you know, he switched up boards in this distance race. He was running the All-Star for the tech race by Starboard, and it looks like from this angle he switched out for that sprint, which is a little bit more knifier and perfect for flatter water conditions like this. You know, we switched venues from the tech race, came back to more of a flatter water interior type location. So, well, I'll get a better look at it on that next line, but that sprint's more like perfect for these type of conditions.
It really is perfect. Yeah, the sprint made for those flat water conditions. Obviously being named the sprint goes fast as you're sprinting, but
you don't see him going ballistic though. You will at the finish line.
I think you will, Drew.
You will at the finish line, but early on he's got a nice long paddle stroke, just out there pulling as much water as he can. And Rai has definitely got a lot in the tank coming into the finish line. You're going to see him finish like he's in a 100-meter sprint.
We'll see if he can keep his energy levels up to be in the medal conversation as they come in toward the finish line. As they're looking at the competitors on screen here. A little bit further back in the field.
Yeah, this is kind of midway back. You see, that's more of a draft train that you'd usually see in a distance paddle, like, you know, fin to tip, nose of the board as they drag each other along. And those leaders, they're not treating it like that. They're still 3 wide coming out in the canal area, so a little different look there.
So we'll head back into the smaller canals as you see on screen there down the bottom.
Look at you, we're moving into that third place spot. Good move for the
Blue Ewers up there, that's right, on the NSP. He's doing really well. Santino Basadella from Argentina. Great to see him in the mix too. We saw Michael Booth up in the top
falling
10.
off just a little bit there.
I think they're
Booth in
still
the
up.
top 10, but he's
up
still
in the
in the upper pack area. Well, it'll be interesting to see him come out of the canal, how much that lead pack starts breaking away from the second pack. But you don't want to let that happen too much, especially in a 13K.
Exactly. You need to really keep up the pace with the lead paddlers.
Another thing I want to point out is an interesting fact is So actually beat out Takahira Haribe, who was the distance paddler for Japan last year, who is the husband to the young lady who just paddled. So So's kind of out there charging this year. He's put on a good performance.
Yeah, he's doing well as we catch up with the men's prone at the moment. So on the right-hand side of screen there, still keeping up to speed with the leaders there. Looks like Kobe and Andrew Byatt still in that position.
I'll tell you, Byatt was so excited. I was on the shore there when Molly won that last heat. I mean, he just came ecstatic. I saw her down here yesterday, kind of sort of getting in the water, getting used to it, taking some laps, and Andrew goes, "This is Molly, watch out for her. She's gonna win the distance." And you know, give it to the guy. Like I said, he's been right once.
Well, came down to 200ths of a second.
Too close for me to call.
Between first and third.
Yeah, you don't want to call that.
No.
Because then you got a lot of angry people at you. So, you know, give it up to the judges. You guys did a great job. But a pretty fast split right now.
Very fast for the prone men paddleboarding. You see Oisin McGrath still there, up in the mix as well.
I think that's an amazing story. If the Irishman can hold on and podium, that is a big story in this World Championship.
It certainly is, as we get a view of some of the bridges that these competitors have to paddle under. Some low bridges along this stretch of the course. As we start to see Kobe there moving in front of Andrew. David Boer behind him. Still
Yeah.
a lot can happen in this race.
Seeing a little bit more of a vertical train happening here. You see on the inside, they're still using a little of that wash. And I tell you, when it's flat and sticky water like this, you almost got to utilize that.
As we catch back up to the men's SUP distance, right to Gucci there, alongside Clement Conmas. We've got Donato Friens just on the inside there.
That's one I want to talk about. Donato Friens is my dark horse pick of this event. He performed really, really well in the technical, and you know, you can't rule him out. And he'll be one. If he can make a podium, that's a big, big win for him.
Yeah, really young kid coming out of the Netherlands. He won a bronze medal, no, silver medal, excuse me, last year in the junior technical division.
Young kid, he's got a lot to go. And, you know, paddling with these pros and these tenured folks is good for him. You know, learning all that, it's great. And there's Oisin McGrath. Actually, interesting fun fact about him, ex-military helicopter pilot. So he knows how to navigate. He's 44 years old, and favorite surf spot there is a Crab Island, Ireland. So very familiar with the ocean, and great start for him so far as we get into the second lap here, Bo.
I'm interested to hear So's take on his line in this race. He's really just gone out on his own. He's not opting to draft any of the paddlers. He's kind of been running his own race at the moment.
Yeah, you know, that board is so narrow and so knifey. I think that's the other thing. He's really putting a lot of trust in his equipment here.
You actually see them starting to get up on their knees, maybe start to create a bit of distance on this open stretch of water here. That's Kobe Schulz from Australia on the right-hand side, Andrew Byatt next to him.
And if you think about it, So by staying on his belly this entire race, you know, jumping up on your knees, you're exerting a lot more energy. So, you know, from an energy conservation point, So is really showing his conservation for that. And you see him out there just paddling his race. But it is kind of interesting. He's out there on his own. You know, that's not where you want to be usually, but hey, at 13K, maybe he knows something we don't.
Maybe he does. What I'm really noticing with this drone shot is just the wake off So's board is so small compared to, let's say, Kobe Schulz on the right-hand side there.
And he's still catching a little bump from those guys. Those guys are putting out that side wash bump, and it's just, he's right on the edge of it there. So perfect location for him, and he's sitting in that third place spot.
So competitors here having to choose their line wisely, not getting too caught underneath that low bridge there. As we see, this is about the middle of the field at the moment for the men's SUP distance.
This bridge really benefits the shorter paddlers. I'm just kidding. Cut to the inside
That's
there.
it. As we take a look now at the leading pack for the men's SUP, looks like someone's breaking off on their own on that right-hand side of screen there. As they come around the corner here, that is Donato Freen, so he's out in front on that inside line at the moment. Right to Gucci, just on this side of screen.
That was a weird camera angle. It looked like he was breaking out, but as you see, when everybody starts coming more perpendicular, you're going to see him kind of funnel out there. But Taguchi, hard on the left-hand stroke, short, stocky, young 20-year-old from Japan, and he wants this gold more than anything. And you're going to see him, this is what he does. At the end of lap number 2, he's going to pick up the cadence and try to break away from the rest of the pack. So watch for that coming up as he comes out here. 3 again. They're 4 wide, not even in a draft train. They're just it's more or less a distance sprint at this time.
It certainly is. They're starting to overtake some of the prone paddleboarders now, as we see Kotaro as well in the mix. Just dropped off the screen just there for a second. Back in 5th place. So as it stands, so right to Gucci, Clement Colmas next to him, doing very well in this race for France. And then they are continuing up this long stretch here. This is where it's a bit more open water. Drew was saying a little bit more texture, more bump on that surface.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the bridge there. That where it kind of opens up into the dammed area up there. So you're getting a lot more width on the canal, so it's more or less like a funnel pulling through there, and you start to feel a little bit of wind, even though there isn't. But it's just, luckily, it's about 300 or 400 meters until they make that right-hand turn at the taco bar, I'm going to call it, and start making their way back into that flat water. But everybody's in prime position here. The top 10, there could be a lot of jostling for position here as we're in lap number 2 as we go into lap number 3.
Also, I just want to mention Ethan Bry also up in the mix as well with the leaders there. You see Michael Booth, yellow cap there, doing very well to stay just behind the leaders of this. Blue Ewer just behind him, doing very well to keep up. We've kind of got a bit of separation between them and the second pack. So that second pack of stand-up paddleboarders, here they are now. They have a bit of work to do to catch up.
Interesting fact here, look at Boothie start turning it on. He just went from about 8th place to 5th place on that transition between the bridge bar and now the taco bar right-hand turn there. So Boothie really starting to pick up cadence, now sitting in that 4th place spot on the bottom right of your screen from Australia.
You know what, I wouldn't count out these paddlers here on the screen either. They're going to really work hard together. We've got Santino Bastella from Argentina, David Alpino from Italy in there as well. We have Larry Tenorio, and then our other Italian paddler, Curiali, not far behind.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's anybody's race at this point. They are very, very tight going in here. But, you know, the Frenchman, you called his name a little bit earlier, and I think that's one to really point out. You know, they're missing their strongest distance paddler. Titouan Pouillot, who's been a former world champion, has opted not to compete in this contest. And so now they're starting to pass the torch. We talked about that a lot in this world championship, passing the torch to the younger generation. And this kid is one of those, you know, a young 19-year-old out there, loves to wing foil, all that stuff, but out there in the lead with the big guns. So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's right. Fantastic to see him up in the mix. We saw on screen just before the live tracking, you can see them coming around the corner here. Now the prone paddleboard men out in front. Still Oshin doing well. So Nomura. We also have Andrew Byatt, the young Australian, Kobe Schulz.
And you saw about an 18-minute lap time there, Bo, and I think that's very, very quick. If you divide it by 3, you know, 13 divided by 3, that's pretty fast. And they're going to start picking it up even more. Now they got to feel for the course, they got to feel for the angles, where they're going to line up, how everybody's starting to shake out in that. So we should see this lap time increase by at least a minute.
That's right. They're going to start stepping on the gas as they move through this second lap of the course. Fantastic shot there of the canals of Copenhagen. Beautiful city. We really want to thank them for hosting us this year.
And I want to talk about the food for a minute, because they got some amazing food in this town. I don't know what it is, but I mean, you Google food and you got burgers, I had pho yesterday, right? Pho. Who would have thought there'd be pho in Denmark? It was the best pho I've ever had, and I'm going back there again today.
That sounds amazing, Drew. As we're going to head down to the boat to check out the live action with Emily and Candice.
All right, so that was exciting. That front pack is really starting to develop. We have two Spanish paddlers, 2 Japanese paddlers up in front, Donato Freens, and it looked like when they were going under that bridge there that surprisingly Michael Booth was maybe having a hard time staying on that lead pack. So it's going to be interesting to see how that pack develops as they continue going throughout the bridges. What are you guys seeing from the booth?
Yeah, we look like we're seeing Michael Booth. It looks like he stepped on the gas a little bit to try and catch up to that lead pack, which was really interesting because we thought that it would have naturally been up in that lead pack. So it'd be interesting to see when they do come around out toward where you are sitting in the channel there, Candice, how the standings are currently. What was your take on, is there any conversation happening between the paddlers? Are they working together? Is there any conversation between them?
I couldn't really see any conversing happening, but it did look like there was a draft pack about 5 wide, so I could start to see some of the stroke cadences going down a little bit, guys taking a stroke and getting in a little bit of a glide, and they looked like they were just kind of settling in, so I didn't really hear any banter back and forth, but I'm sure things will start to get a little cagey throughout the laps.
Definitely. Thank you very much for that update, Candice.
I love Candice's terminology. Cagey, ballistic. She's got all the trigger words. I love it.
As you can see on screen, the men's prone and also the men's SUP coming into view. So the men's SUP are going to start to overtake the prone paddlers. Hopefully there's going to be a bit of space for them to do that. As we can see all of the spectators along the canals here on the bridges, checking out the world's best paddleboarders in their city. It's such a fantastic view that we have on screen of Copenhagen.
Yeah, like Candice said, you know, this is the time when you got to start splitting it up. You're going to see these top guys really start picking up the cadence a little bit more. Everybody else is going to start falling off and battling for those bottom 10 positions. But interesting there, you got Team USA working together back, you know, kind of in that 14, 15 mark. But, you know, it's interesting to say because we saw the Japanese riders kind of playing off each other. So there is a little bit of team play in here early on in the contest, kind of like you would see in NASCAR or something like that, you know, where someone's going to push or pull and give that leader a chance to get out there and run for their country.
That's a good point you make there, Drew. Maybe teams are working together to conserve energy for one of the stronger paddlers who's going to make a bit of a stronger finish toward the end.
Not saying they're doing it, just saying that's what it appears to look like, you know, and
exactly
it wouldn't be a bad, especially in this flatter water. I mean, it's a good thing to have your teammate kind of pushing you, even if it's just verbal, whatever else, just kind of keeping you on pace to get them out there. And you see the interesting part here is Taguchi kind of falling to the back of that front pack.
Yeah, I think he's going to conserve a bit of energy. He went out hard to see if he could try and escape that lead pack, break out on his own. But he's going to conserve that energy now. Maybe just sit in that middle pack for middle of the pack for the next lap or so, and just to see if he can make a move at another point on the course. Now they've done that one lap of the course. It gives them a great idea of where they can push in the positions throughout the course. As we see the prone men's distance paddlers coming through. Still Sonomura on that right-hand side of screen there.
He's just paddling his own race out there. He's not worried about anybody else around him. He's just out there paddling his own race. I got to give it to the young man. It's pretty impressive to watch on that super narrow lightning bolt. Kind of reminds me of Jerry Lopez's lightning bolt surfboard back in the day, you know?
Definitely does. That lightning bolt surfboard's his own brand there, as he is starting to break out on his own. And he's going to be looking to hopefully bring home a medal for Team Japan, but he has got a lot of competition right next to him. As we see Kobe Schulz, Andrew Byatt, David Buil, all in the mix. Can't forget Oisin McGrath as well from Ireland. It's going to be, if they can all stay together, it's going to be a fantastic finish toward this race. We did see the women's prone and also the women's SUP sticking together with the lead pack. So they had a great finish toward the end of their race. It's going to be great to have them come back and fight for their teams.
Yeah, let's talk about the team standings right now. Team Spain out in front of Japan with that last win by Esperanza Perez. Esperanza actually extended her team lead even more to keep Spain out in front. And we talked about this early on, as Spain was the one to beat this year after France taking the team last year. So with that finish by SV, that puts it in a good place.
That's right, it certainly does, as we get good view of the men's SUP overtaking the men's prone in the distance at the moment. Right to Gucci now back up in front. Clement Colmas next to him, Ethan Bry.
Yeah, right to Gucci, the young, finished third in the 2023 ISA SUP Tech and Distance from Okinawa, Japan. He has a lot of wins under him. Took fourth. Came from fourth actually to first in the APP Korea event just last year with one of the most amazing comeback stories of the entire year, with a buoy turn that would have blown people's mind, and then just hit the gas coming into the finish line area. And I mean, it was a race that everybody talked about for a long time. So, you know, like I said, he finishes strong no matter if it's a distance or a sprint race. So watch for him coming out strong in the back end of the third lap.
Yeah, as we see on screen there, Michael Booth just dropping off the pace a little bit.
Yeah,
the men's.
Does that surprise you a little bit?
I think he's going to race his own race. He's probably conserving a bit of energy. Blue U is right behind him. So I think they're going to try and work together to catch up to that front pack.
Yeah, you're seeing that front pack really pick up cadence and starting to carry that little bit more speed like we saw in the women's races. Lap 2 was definitely faster. And you're seeing that front pack really start to stay together and stay on cadence, and Michael just falling off just a little bit. And this could be a part of the factor. I mean, Boothie is a distance. He's 20-plus miler in this 13. You know, like I said, I pointed out before, it's something you got to watch because those sprinters are definitely going to have the advantage, especially if you can allow them to get further out in front.
Yes, exactly. That's a great point. As we see the prone men as well on screen there, I think as in this second lap, they're going to start to really make a push at this moment.
Yeah, Aaron Sanchez in third right now for Spain. He's one to watch, too. I was talking with his coach, Laura Quickglass, this morning, who is not competing in her first ISA championship in a long time. She says, Drew, you know, we're all getting old. And I said, don't remind me. But she's down there supporting him, and that is her coach. And Laura actually said that he has been paddling better than she's ever seen. So Sanchez sitting there in that third spot. Watch him, the young gun from Spain.
Ethan Bry now making a move up in toward that leading spot. As we take a look at the prone men's distance, moving toward the open channel there where all the spectators can see from the bridge. It's a fantastic angle that we have of our competitors out there on the distance course at the moment. Very tight race between the men's SUP and the men's prone. All competitors sticking together. It's going to be an exciting finish as we move toward this second lap. We've got both Japanese competitors up there in the mix at the moment.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. Japan wants to work together. You know, you're going to see the teammates, and it's more or less just pushing them from the back. He's communicating with them, just keeping them on pace. He's watching his watch, keeping a look there. But look at how 4 wide going into a distance. Very unique.
Yeah, that was fantastic. As we're bringing in Casper Steinfarth again. Fantastic to have you back in here to call the action. What have you been seeing, Casper?
Nice flannel, buddy. Nice flannel. I love it. I love it.
Hey, thanks, Bo. Great to be back. It's awesome to commentate with you and Drew. It's there's some great action outside. I just came from the dock side, watching all the stuff go down. People are ecstatic. There's so many people on the sidelines just watching, screaming their lungs out. We got a full-on arena atmosphere outside.
And now, Casper, you're mostly known for as a sprinter. A sprinter tech racer. You've competed in your fair share of distance races too. How does a 13K kind of fall in the world of distance racing?
You know, it's funny because the 13K is kind of, I mean, it's a long distance, right? It's not exactly as long as it has been traditionally because we've had, 17 kilometer, 20 kilometer races. It's become shorter over the years, but it's definitely, one of those longer races. It's not a marathon, But it's funny because the tech race is takes 20 minutes. So there's definitely a step up to the long distance today.
Do you think it really opens the door though for the sprinters? The sprinters have, because Boothie's known for 20 plus K. I mean, he's a distance guy. You start shortening the race up. Does that allow the sprinters to get more in the mix with the distance paddlers?
My honest opinion is no, it doesn't. 13 kilometers is still very long working time. You're going, we saw the women's, it was just over 1 hour 20, 1 hour 15, I believe. It was, so, we're going to see these guys finish probably just under 1 hour 10. That's not anything that a sprinter actually really can be a part of. If you're sprinting, you can even argue that the technical race is way too long to have an impact on.
Yeah, there you go. Casper Steinfath contradicting everything we've been picking up for the last 45 minutes. I want to thank you. You can leave now. I'm just kidding.
I'll see you guys later.
No, I'm just kidding. But I do. We were talking with some of the tech racers and some of the sprinters earlier, and they were stoked that it was 13K. I think that just opened the door for them a little bit.
Well, put it like this. It definitely brings them into contention more. It's not what they would favor, but, a 13K race actually, it brings the pace up. Versus say a 20K race, where if you're racing 13K, you're going to be racing faster, you're going to be spending more energy, you might not have that last sprint attack at the end. So it's kind of it brings it closer to just like going full out all the way.
Bo, update on the situation?
Yeah, so just been taking a look at the live tracking. It does look like in the pro men's there's been a bit of a change in the current standings, but on the screen we can have a look at the men's SUP distance. So the two French competitors, Clement and Ethan, out in front at the moment. Right to Gucci right behind them. Lou Yu is doing very well to keep up with Aaron Sanchez and Kotaro Miyahira as well. As we're going to throw it down live on the boat with Emily.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Candice, we just saw some little bit of an upset here on the inside. We saw Kobe from Australia on the prone paddle. He fall off his board, and it looked like he was signaling that that was something with his fin. Can you tell us a little bit more about what we saw here from the boat?
Yeah, he's transitioning to his knees and had hit a little bobble, and all of a sudden he was in the water, and he was challenging Andrew up in that lead pack. So he ended up way off the pack, paddling solo by himself. It looked like when he got back on his board, he kind of moved around a little bit, almost like he signaled to somebody, but I'm not sure if he was unsure if there was something wrong with his board or what happened there. But that's a pretty big change up in this race. So he's going to have to fight really hard to get back up to that pack.
Yeah, and I guess it's not just a physical fight there. There must also be some mental elements, being in the lead and then having a mistake or whatever happened there. How do you come back from that?
Yeah, I mean, he's a competitor, right? He's got a lot of experience in the water and in races, so you really have to mentally stay strong, have short-term memory, and really start to grind. But he took a little bit of time, kind of disoriented, trying to figure out what was going on. So we'll see how this shakes out, because he was definitely one of the favorites, as Australia always is in the pro and paddleboarding division.
And can you also say a few words about what we saw was going on in the stand-up division? We saw the Japanese guys looking really strong.
Yeah, looking really strong. Kotaro looked like he was sprinting as he was paddling past, making a transition within the draft pack, going from the back of the pack, working his way towards the front. And you could also see Michael Booth was also just still kind of hanging on. There was a few board lengths between that front pack and the pack that he's working with. So there's still about 5, 6, 7 guys in that front pack going back and forth. It's going to be interesting to see as they come around this next lap.
Yes, and we are heading down here to meet them as they're just coming out from the small canals again. They're just about to cruise around Christian Sport now, so we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks very much for that update down there on the boat. And that was that change in the position that I was mentioning about in the prone race. Kobe Schulz having maybe a bit of board trouble, falling off there. So he's fallen off that lead pack in the prone race. We saw the men's SUP just come across your screen before. The top 8 paddlers out there, Casper, at the moment. I know you were mentioning it's going to be an exciting race from now on in to see who's going to take those top medal positions.
Yeah, and I was going to ask Casper, we're seeing a little different cadence coming through that, Casper, and that lead pack. They're more nonchalant. And here we're going into lap number 3. You start to see them waiting for someone to break out, or what's going on there? I
think what we saw in that first pack there before, that lead pack of 7, 8 people, the athletes were looking at each other. No one was really pushing flat out, in comparison to the women's race we saw before, where Espe and Marie Carmen were kind of just pushing each other in the whole race. Here we have, you know, a group of 7 or 8 that have actually lowered the pace, it seems, and they're looking at each other. They're like, you know, second guessing who's going to make a move. And I think it's really going to come down to that last lap where we're going to see who's going to be a breaker, who's going to be a sprinter, who's going to set the pace.
And that's what everybody's watching for. As soon as someone starts to hit the gas, they're going to jump on it as well. They're going to have to. And here comes our prone paddleboarders, Bo.
Yeah, Andrew Byatt currently out there in front. So Nomura there, bottom of screen. You're also looking at David Buil up the top there on the right-hand side. Shin McGrath as well. So there's still a lot of the top prone paddleboarders there. I wonder if Kobe's done a lot of work. Look like he has to catch up to that lead pack, so that's interesting from him. As we get a fantastic shot here.
And Casper, you paddled these canals quite a bit. I mean, what's your take on canal paddling?
I mean, put it like this today, it looks tropical there out there.
It should be snowing here right now.
We've had snow in September before, so it is different. Actually, the building on the left side of the screen right now under the tarp is actually the famous the financial district of Copenhagen that burnt down just not even a year ago. I was out here shooting a promo video for the event, and suddenly the whole thing was in flames.
No kidding. Someone owed some money.
Well, put it like that. It was definitely it was a sad day in Copenhagen. But this is a really cool shot. You can really see, you know, the water looking, you know, nice and deep blue. But I mean, this is look at the pack right here. This would be really interesting to be in the middle of because you would really be looking at your opponents. You'd be looking at how do they seem? Are they fatigued? Are they pushing hard? When is my chance to break? And as you see, that's actually Donato Fraens from the Netherlands kind of leading. And I would keep an eye on him because I've seen him in training and in races. You cannot predict Donato.
I picked him as the dark horse, Casper. I want it to be noted, Bo.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to go live down to Emily on the boat with an update.
Yes, thank you, Bo. We are just sitting here as the guys from the stand-up race are just coming through the tunnel, and it looks like Donato is trying to break free, and right, Taguchi out here as well. He is really sprinting for it now. Tell me what you're seeing here, Candice.
Yeah, it looks like Rai was using the bridge to try to break away from this group. So he's right here, right out in front of us. He's trying to hang on as best he can. Looks like he's really making his move early. He looks very confident. You still have a pack of 4 right behind him. 5, 6, 7, 8. Looks like Kotoro's trying to hang on for Team Japan in the back of this pack as well. Boothie is out all by himself back here, but Rai is really pushing hard to make that move. And Clement Comas is right there with him, so he's working his way over really close to this wall here, and they still have a pack of 5. It looks like Donato is working his way to try to connect with this group. And now you can see Rai is just going off his pace a little bit, slowing down. He worked really hard trying to shake these guys, realizing that he's not going to be able to get them off his draft right now, so he's just settling back into a manageable pace. And then you have Michael Booth on the far end of this channel over here, paddling peacefully by himself with nice clear water, letting these new young changing of the guards battle it out between them. What are you guys seeing from the booth?
Yeah, tons of action happening. Like you said, Candice, you saw Michael Booth take his own line throughout the open channel here. As we see the competitors just behind them in that second train. We'll see them make their way through. We're going to see how well they do to try and catch up to that lead pack. As we have some of our competitors there. I believe that is Casper.
That's the second pack we're seeing here, I believe. We have the first pack out front. We actually saw an attack right there from Rai Taguchi from Japan. Even though we were talking about Donato Fraens, you know, we were expecting a move from Rai Taguchi. You can never count him out. He's got that explosive gear that when he turns it on, it just it blows the whole field apart.
And it seems like he tests the field a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like he'll do those little push just to see where everybody's at, so he knows how to basically tee him up coming in.
He's stress testing the pack. He's testing for weaknesses, testing for opportunities to make an attack. Right. And I think that's what's really, you know, when we watch other races like cycling or, you know, marathon running races, that everyone's testing each other. You're looking for that moment as an athlete that you can get an edge and advantage over your competitor.
As we take a look at the men's prone distance race there. So, as we said, Kobe Schulz dropped off the pack before, falling off his board, but he's caught back up to that lead pack. He's done very well to keep up with everyone. He had to push hard. We still have Andrew Byatt up there in the lead at the moment. So Nomura, David Buil from Spain, Jada from Brazil pushing hard as well to keep up there.
That is fantastic for the Brazilian. We were talking about him earlier, if he could finish in the top 5, now pushing his way into that second place spot, and things are really starting to string out here on the Prom guys. So good position for the Brazilian, as he's definitely in striking distance going into this final lap.
That's exactly right.
I got to ask Casper a question. How many bicycles are in Copenhagen?
There's got to be way over 1 million bicycles in Copenhagen.
There's more bicycles than people?
Definitely. Everyone, and you know, it's such a bicycle culture over here, right?
It really is.
Everyone goes, you know, on their bike. A lot of people in the city don't have cars because it's just so accessible. And like you can see, there's actually bridges dedicated just for bicyclists.
Yeah, going down the steps, they have a little rail, so you just roll your bike down the steps. I mean, it's fascinating. And don't get in their way, because if you try to cross the street in a bike lane, I mean, I don't know what they're saying to me, but I guarantee it's probably, we can't say it on this broadcast.
You would not repeat the words on this broadcast, but it's definitely a bicycle city.
Definitely.
It's fantastic to see. As we just want to thank you very much for joining us here for the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. It's great to have Casper here in the booth, calling the action with us. Drew, myself.
I think Casper has some spare time now, so he's going to come hang out with me in the States. You know, bring the family over. You know, you're retired. We can, you know, come to the bar. We'll hang out, you know, do our thing. What is your plan now, Casper? I know you have a lot of opportunities out there. How do you start prioritizing your life differently after retirement?
I mean, it's a new chapter for me. It's been very emotional to finish off here in Copenhagen. You know, had the last race on Thursday, and, you know, it's still kind of sinking in what it actually means to not be a competitive athlete anymore. I'm never going to lose the competitor inside me, but I think I'm excited for everything that's, you know, possible now. And I might
wake up and not feel the stress of having to compete. Isn't it kind of nice just to be able to go to breakfast, eat whatever you want, you know, not have to be so like strategic and like have to be there at a certain time? And I mean, it's got to be a nice feeling somewhat.
It's really nice. You know, I think definitely the freedom of not being on the routine, not on the program, that's definitely something I look forward to doing. But, you know, being at the event here, it brings up mixed feelings, though, because when I see all the athletes, you know, nervous and excited, it's because there's something on the line. They're passionate, they're fighting, and I think for me, like, that's something I will miss, but I think for me it's like, hey, it's a new chapter I get to open, and I need a new challenge, and that's outside the realm of competition.
And I got to ask you this. Every athlete has a moment when they started thinking about retirement. What was your moment when you started thinking this was time to hang it up?
You know what? I never really envisioned retirement. I think because after 2019 at the APP World Tour in Paris when I won, I think at that point I was kind of burnt out and ready to take a step back. But that was just, you know, a pause. But I think definitely since becoming a dad, it's been clear to me that there's a place I want to be. I want to be with my family and my little son Fjord back home and my wife Stina. Yeah. So it's just, you know, it's a new set of priorities that just became clear to me that those were important. And racing is fun, racing is great, but it's a secondary thing.
You know what's funny about it is Casper was on the start line one time when Danny Ching had his little kid, and he's like, man, that looks like a lot of work. And now he's here, retired, got kids and all this stuff. It's funny how the progression goes. Remember that?
I remember the tides have changed.
Yeah.
Tides have changed.
Now you're Daddy Casper, you know.
As we take a look back at the live tracking GPS, you can see the SUP men there in the blue color. Ethan Bryant, Clement Colmas, a Frenchman out in front. Antonio Murillo, Michael Booth has done a lot of work to keep up with them. We've also got Blue Ewer in that mix as well. Aaron Sanchez not far behind for Team Spain. So they are doing really well at the moment. Rai Taguchi, he's going to be up there in that lead pack too.
You know what's funny is seeing this shot on the screen right now. This is called Christian's Haven. It's one of the most like chill canals. Like this is where people literally go on their boat and sit and have an afternoon drink, enjoy the sunshine in a very low pace. But look at this. This is definitely not low pace.
No, they're coming through like a street sweeper through that canal. You know what I'm saying?
You can see that glassy water in front of them, and then they're just creating this wake behind.
It's total turbulence right there behind them. Yeah, I would not want to be in that wake.
People drinking their Mai Tais right now are getting a little shaken up by the boat wakes coming along there. But yeah, good point.
But it's interesting to see how they're still very much together. You know, the pack is still condensed. And, you know, in previous races, we've seen the likes of Michael Booth or, you know, Tituan,
yeah.
Rai and Shrimpy, you know, at least last year, you know, break away. I have a feeling we might see a race that actually sticks together to the very end here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's going to come down to that last turn, and then it's going to be a 500-meter sprint into that finish line area because they're really teeing it up like that, Bo.
So let's just talk about Michael Booth's line into that corner that we saw him. Was a completely different line. He's obviously done really well to kind of cut a bit of a corner and catch up to that lead pack again.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he might be reattached now. I haven't seen him. Is he in this pack? But
just at the back of them, yeah.
What I like about Michael, though, is he's such an experienced athlete. You know, he's had so many races under his belt that he's willing to take chances. He knows when there is something to gain, and, you know, that's the smart competitor out there, which, you know, when you're in the middle of the battle and you're looking at everyone right around you, you might not have the helicopter perspective to see what potential lines might exist.
And Michael's faced his fair share of, I want to call it like letdowns. I mean, Santa Monica, he got off course. You know, 2017 in Denmark when he was sick, he didn't perform like he wants to. So he's had a lot of learning lessons over the year, and I think that says a lot about the individuals in the sport. You know, not everybody can win every race. You're gonna have those, and you've had those too. You know, where you learn. There's a takeaway from the event, even though you didn't podium or finish first.
We all have those moments at one point or another in our career, and I see Michael. You know, when I look at him, he's an athlete that's able to take those moments, wrestle them, and actually draw something positive from them. Right. I mean, I remember so many races where I took chances, and, you know, I hope they paid off, but, you know, ultimately I might find myself relegated to the back of the field.
Right.
But that's racing, and I think, you know, for all of the fans watching out there, that's also what people enjoy, is when people take those chances.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know.
And do you see more chances being taken in like an open ocean racing versus flat water racing, or is it more key to take chances in flat water?
Well, it's definitely more key to take chances in open ocean when you have more variables, like if you have current, wind, chops, waves. You know, there's more elements that you can play off and potentially get a benefit from. When you see this flat water they're racing in here now, the only way that you really can get a benefit is either if you're one, stronger than the rest of them and just can pull away, or second, if you can if you can second guess the leaders and see, like, if they're making a mistake, you might be able to capitalize on taking another route. But in flat water, it just is much harder to make those breaks, and it comes more down to physical endurance than anything else.
Good point. Very good point. 1-2 France here, Bo, working well together.
They are, yeah. Clement Comas, Ethan Bryant, Donato Friends there on the right-hand side. You can see this beautiful drone shot. So then we've got also Clement Comas.
It looks like the pack is kind of shaking up right here.
Yeah, you're starting to see him getting more of a string it out, sort of stringing out a little bit more. But I see the teams really working together, and they start picking up the cadence here. You got France 1-2, Spain 4-5. So they're a lot of. You think they're working together a little bit there?
Hard to say, but this turn right here is really interesting. You're seeing them break apart now. We saw it in the prone race for the women as well. It was a making or breaking point where you might see a little bit of a gap happen here now. There's definitely a lot of pace involved.
So one of the competitors there, looks like Antonio Maria there at the bottom of the screen. Just falling off pace a bit.
Yeah,
you were ahead of him. Michael Booth ahead of Blue there. And then we're starting to see a bit of a breakaway there from our leader at the moment, Clement Comas, with Ethan Bright. Gucci is up there in the mix. Donato Friends in third.
Interesting fact. The second Frenchman really fell off during that turn.
Yeah, but look at this. This is interesting. There was a stress test again. They're back together now. This was just another moment, you know, where the leaders, I think it was Rai and Donato out in front, really taking a chance to see who, you know, you might be able to get a little bit of a gap here. And I would suspect we're going to see a few more stress tests before they get to the finish line, because it would just be nice for the leaders to break away before that final stretch and get a little bit of a gap in front. But this is racing.
It is racing. And you'd know all too well, Caspar, as we see a long train there, maybe starting to break away a little bit. Someone might start to take another line as they come out. As we're going to go to the boat and take a look at the live action with Emily. Hey, your baby.
Time to go.
Wait. Yeah, we're seeing them coming around the corner here. It looks like it's Clement Comas in the front, leading that front pack. And Candice, is still really exciting. What are you seeing here? Wow, it's going fast.
Yeah, I also see Donato Friens doing really well, staying right up in front, and Rai Taguchi to his right. Right behind him, his teammate, Kotaro. And it looks like Michael Booth had taken his own line before they went around the loop, and he's caught back up to this pack as well. So you do see a little bit of a breakaway. This front pack is still trying to hold off that second pack. It was 7, 8 guys before, and now it's dwindled down to about 6. So Donato looking really strong, looking really hungry. He's had some really great races this season, but we've got 2 Frenchmen, 2 Japanese, and Spain holding it down up in this front pack.
And in the pack right behind, we have Michael Booth and Blue Euro. They're still trying to hold on, and as you said, it looked like Michael Booth really, he caught up a little bit, but is falling a little bit behind again. It looked like they were sprinting a bit here with us. And if we turning around here and waiting for the prone paddlers to come, it's also going to be exciting to see if Kobe, we saw him making it up to the lead pack before. And also, Candice, we saw that Andrew, like in the prone division, he's been leading that pack the whole way. Doesn't that take extra energy as well?
It takes maybe not extra energy for him, but it takes a little less energy for everybody else that's drafting him. So he does know that he's pulling the train, but if you're going to do that the entire race, you're confident. So we'll see how that plays out for him at the finish. Both of these finishes are going to be really exciting because we don't have 1, 2, 3 paddlers going towards the line right now. We've got packs of 5 and 6 and 7. So it's going to be intense finish line judging, I think, today.
Yes, all right, and let's get back to you guys in the booth. Hopefully you have some drone shots to see what's going on in the lead pack of the paddlers.
Thanks very much, Emily and Candice. They're updating us on what they can see live from the water. As we take a look, this is the second group of the men's SUP distance race. And then we're looking at the prone men's distance on screen now. Looks like there has been a little bit of separation there between the top 2 paddlers. It looks like it could be David Bouil and Andrew Byatt possibly out there in front. So Nomura on that blackboard just behind them.
Yeah, we're in the final 2K here, Bo. So you're going to see the cadence, you're going to see the pace really, really pick up right around that hour mark for the stand-up paddleboard guys. The prone guys coming at an hour 8. Casper estimated about an hour 10 finish. So we're getting down to the final moments.
Very exciting.
Casper, here's that turn you talked about.
Yeah, this is my favorite turn on the course. It's kind of it's a 90-degree turn, but it's a very soft turn, so you can actually power through it with a lot of speed. But the risk, of course, is that you take too wide of a line and lose a little bit of track position. So it's really, I think we're not going to see a big upset here, but it's funny. I never suspected this turn was going to be one of those critical ones.
It looks like just a gradual dog leg, and the stand-up guys, it really strung out the field.
Certainly did you see there. Kobe Schulz, bottom right of screen. He's done well to keep up. You see the tail of that board.
I love this shot. This is looking straight out at the event site. Now, that's the Black Diamond here in Copenhagen, the National Library that's located here. We're sitting somewhere on the event site here, and as they cross the bridge in front of them now, they're entering the last 2-kilometer stretch before they get back to the finish line.
And this is a very iconic bridge here in Copenhagen, correct? The round bridge?
The round bridge, it's a relatively new bridge. I'm not familiar with the exact story behind it, but it's, Copenhagen is famous for the many bridges that it has. And, bicyclists, just flock here. And it's, I wish I could tell a good story about the bridges, but I am a West Coast boy.
No, make something up. Make it sound good. No, I just see it in all the shots of Copenhagen. You always see that round bridge, so definitely one of the more iconic bridges around the area. And your hometown, Kittmuller, down on the coast, I mean, a lot different than where we are here in Copenhagen.
This is very different. I mean, we're in the heart of Copenhagen, the capital of Denmark. It's, metropolitan. Sorry, it's been a long day here. It's a huge city. And, it's funny to be here because I think a lot of us, love racing in the waves and stuff, but there's something special about racing in a city with, people standing on the docks on either side. It creates this, in my opinion, at least, it's an atmosphere of an arena.
Right.
And that's pretty cool to have.
Yeah, definitely in a distance race.
Exactly. And then the sprint's coming up tomorrow, of course, going to be right in front of that spectator area And the
they were
contest
playing
area.
the Danish national anthem. I don't know who it was, some guy on a bicycle, of course, with this giant speaker. It was like a 4x4 speaker on the back, starts blasting the Danish national anthem this morning.
It
was awesome.
We mean business.
Yeah. I mean, even their bicycles have like super sound like you'd see in the States, you know, bumping around on their bikes.
Yeah, there's the iconic bridge right there.
Beautiful.
Athletes walked across that during the Parade of Nations to kick this 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship off earlier in the week. As we see the prone men's distance paddlers, that is David Buil and Andrew Byatt currently 1-2. So Nomura in bronze at this moment.
Byatt's got to feel good in that
He's
spot.
going to be confident at the moment,
I mean,
definitely.
He's got to feel good. He's looking good. You see him really calm, collected, not stressed whatsoever, head held high. You notice on prone paddleboarders, when they start getting fatigued, their chin starts getting closer and closer to the board, almost laying down. But Byatt's up on his knees right now, pulling a lot of water coming down, so he's looking strong.
So he's done very well to catch up there to the tail of David. It's going to be a great race. David obviously trying to secure another gold medal from last year. Andrew Byatt has gold in the technical race this year, and silver last year in the distance. So we'll see how things end up as they go in toward their final 2 kilometers.
And the SUP paddlers should be in the midst, probably a kilometer or so left. So we'll start seeing them come into screen here, Casper, so we'll see how the pace picked up.
I'm really, really excited to see how they come around the backside of the moon as they come around.
Is that what you call it?
Well, that's the parliament in Denmark. They're going to be paddling around, and the last 500 meters, I think we're definitely going to see a sprint, because I can see just on the tracker right now, we still have a group of 7 very close together.
That's great. Donald Morale from Team USA coming around with a backwards hat. His
Doing
typical
very
look.
well. He's paddling very well
Here
today.
they come out of the channel area.
It looks like Michael Booth and Antonio Murillo from Spain, they're kind of falling behind. They've let the pack of 7 continue. But look at this, low pace, low pace.
Yeah. Gonna kind of save their energy a little bit, Casper. I mean, like you said, the last lap they did this exact same thing.
Hold your breath. I sense any moment we're going to see an attack right now.
Who's going to take off first? That's what I want to know. Which paddler is going to do the breakout? I'm going to tell you.
Any one of them.
I have a feeling Rai has got something left in the tank, but you know, a lot of these paddlers right here, both Donato, Rai, Kota, and we have Ethan Brie from France as well, Clement Colmas. None of these are non-explosive paddlers. They've all exploded, and you know, they have the sprint capability, and it's really hard to say what's going to happen.
Donato there having to really duck down under that bridge as he was on the inside. The tall Netherlands paddler.
This is the point where you make the turn. This is that angle.
Yeah, so they're going to be coming up at a final turn here in a little bit. Like, I think right where the camera is placed here, you're going to see a right-hand turn. Then it's going to be a long shot, 400 meters, 500 meters to the finish line.
And that's the bar that we were talking about right there, that orange thing.
That
Are you
is
familiar with that?
I am familiar with that bar, Drew.
Have you been there many times?
I was there yesterday. I did a warm-up session.
At the bar. That's only in Denmark can you do a warm-up session at the bar.
But Copenhagen is such a cozy place. You know, everyone's sitting out in this warm weather, you know, loving the atmosphere by the water. And, you know, it's part of the Danish culture.
I love it. I'm going to go there after this. But, yeah, we're down to what? Final 1,000 meters, you think?
We're within the last kilometer right now. As you see, right, they're going to go under this bridge now. And I sense that any moment after this bridge, you're going to see an attack.
This is where things get exciting as we see our competitors round out here into the final stretch. I'm excited. I can't wait to see.
I'm nervous.
So who's that that's coming out? Rai Taguchi.
That's Rai in front, Clement on the inside. Rai kind of getting around that turn better. That's Ethan Brie in 3rd place from France. Rai is definitely making a move.
Yeah, you called it. I thought the same thing. This is his part, and I know he was practicing that turn yesterday in warm-ups with his coach Suzuki, but he's not breaking away from anybody too fast here.
And that's Kotaro Miyahira in 4th place, kind of catching back up. It seems like there's a gap between 4th and 5th place.
Does have created some space. Rai Taguchi now at least a board length in front.
And here comes that sprint. You see the cadence. Everybody on that same cadence coming through, Casper.
You can see the lines in the water. Actually, you can see the paddle strokes, which is like small bits of white water. They become so close when the racers start sprinting, and you can just kind of, especially on the drone angle, you could see it there before. But this is going to be exciting. Is Rai going to push right now? Is he going to go all out? He's going to save a little bit left in the tank for the end?
No,
I think he's creating more space.
He's going to go. There is no save anything for Rai.
Although take a look at Clement. Clement Colmas right now is really chasing him, and so he's got within that board length distance in front.
I mean, Clement is in the wake of Rai still, and that being in the wake gives you the slingshot potential.
Yes.
You might be able to power off on either the left or the right side.
And that was a tough camera angle to see from. I think if you go overhead, you're not going to see it as close as it was. So now you look at that angle. They're about a board length difference between Taguchi and Colmas sitting in second place.
Look at Rai's cadence right now. He's so stable. He's going fast.
Could this be 3 golds? This will be his 3rd gold, boys.
It very well could be.
He's on the quest for 4. I don't know how you say that in Japanese. 4.
See Katara Miyahira there on the right of screen, trying to overtake Ethan Brie there from France. So he's really powering along to try and catch up to his teammate.
He's taking a very similar line to Rai, too. Everybody else was moving further to the outside there. He's hugging along that wall.
It's interesting to see the Japanese explosiveness.
As we looks like Rai Taguchi out in front at the moment.
Wow.
Clement Colmas in second place. He's paddling past all the spectators there. He's really opened himself up to almost 3 board lengths in front.
Japan 1-2 coming in. This would be a huge for Miyahara from Japan to finish second, take home the silver. That would be huge for him.
It's going to be a really close one between, it's definitely going to be Rai in first place, but that second place is going to be contested still. Yeah, it's not over yet.
Look at how tight it is. Miyahara now moving into the inside on the starboard, on the outer edge of the finish line. But, it's all Taguchi.
It really is. Rai Taguchi.
Wow.
He's going to cross the line as your gold medalist for this year's men's SUP distance race.
He's going to need a bigger suitcase to haul these golds home, let me tell you.
In second place, Clement Colmas, it looks like. And that's Kotaro in third place for Japan.
Young junior paddler who won the junior gold in the tech race earlier this week.
That is huge, boys, when you talk about the team standing. 1-3, a gold and a bronze. That's some very valuable points for Team Japan in the men's distance. What a performance by Taguchi, though.
That was a beautiful finish to this race. That was absolutely masterclass. Taguchi, Rai just moving at the right time. I think for Rai it's special because, he's won the technical race and, he had the question mark around him. Can he also follow it up in the distance race? But I think that explosiveness and that second, or let's call it the 7th gear, just proved vital.
Yeah, you called it. I mean, that turn, I saw him out there practicing that turn yesterday. All of Team Japan was. All 6 paddlers were out there practicing, and they did exactly what you thought they were going to do. 1:10. A little under pace, though. That was a fast 13K.
Casper, you were spot on with the time.
Yeah.
I
It
guess.
was darn good. I mean, that's why he's retired. He's just going to take over our job.
It was a lucky guess.
No, that was damn good. I'll tell you that. That was impressive. But look at these prone guys coming 3 wide around the corner.
Donald Morale as well, keeping up on pace. This is going to be another photo finish, I believe, with the prone men's race.
Who will jump on their knees first and start pulling water going into that final 500 meters?
Yeah, we're going to see. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see because you have the big SUP field finishing here. When the proners come in, we'll see if they get clean water because we might see like a 5-way battle for that first place.
Michael Booth crossing the line.
Shot of the finish.
Fantastic shot as we see competitors here trying hard. Remember, they are still vying for team points on their team rankings.
That's some great racing right there. Wow.
Always fun right through the finish. Oh, going down.
Cross the line in control.
That's a nice day for a plunge.
That was part of the briefing.
I mean, that's one of the nice things about Copenhagen is the water is so clean you could practically almost drink it.
No kidding.
Almost.
Salty.
But like swimming in it, like all the Danes winter bathe check
winter
this
bathe. I saw some of that at the beach. We couldn't show that on camera because you guys winter bathe a little different than we do in the States.
Slightly.
Oh, Casper Steinmath, always good to have you in the booth, man. I enjoy it. I hope you come back and say us again. Don't have too many kids, so he takes you out of the world of stand-up.
Well, it's funny because like looking at the screen right here, like that moment after finishing the race, like this, it brings back memories for me, like being at my first race in 2009 and like shaking hands, high-fiving, congratulating after a great battle. That's one of those moments that you appreciate as an athlete where, you fought, you gave it everything on the water, but at the end of the day, they're good friends.
No, definitely good friends. And Casper's, I just wanted you to point out, Bo, that Casper's career isn't over. He's planning on becoming a professional SUP squatcher in the Mega SUP. I mean, you did what, 4 or 5 races yesterday and ended up taking home the world title.
I mean, I guess, yeah. I guess I retired for like a day, and then 20 hours later, I was back on a 6-person mega SUP, battling it out with some Danish celebrities and stuff.
How much fun was that, though?
It was fun. You know, racing is fun. Racing is fun. It's when you have to put in the hard work to train and prepare and, you know, go to events. That's the hard work.
It seemed like there's a lot of preparation in SUP squash.
There could be.
Yeah. It was fun. In case you missed it yesterday, catch the highlights on ISAsurf.org. It was absolutely incredible. We had TV people, personalities out there, all kinds. I mean, everybody from the SUP industry was on a SUP squash yesterday. It was super fun. But here comes the final turn.
Yeah, the men's prone is looking like it's going to be a really tight race to the finish line. There's about 6 or 7 competitors there all together. So we'll see a finish similar to what we saw in the men's SUP.
It's kind of funny looking at this footage right here. You know, you have these athletes in their prime fighting for a world title. You know, they're just tunnel vision on this one goal. And then you have people biking back from work, and you have, you know, people picking up their kids at the kindergarten and heading back.
Looking over going, oh, look at those guys out for an evening paddle.
Yeah, but that's beautiful right here, man. Coming into the final stretch, they're going to turn that right corner again in a second. And what are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 side by side almost.
The bar is packed. The bar is packed. I mean, look at how packed the bar. That's the spectator location. You ever come to Copenhagen, that is the spectator location.
That's the fantastic thing about this city, having the distance course right in the city center. Everyone can check and watch the action as these prone men paddleboard, the leading group, are going to come around this turn here, do a sprint toward the finish line. It's going to be an exciting finish for the prone race. Can David Buil from Spain take home another gold medal?
Or will it be the gold medalist from yesterday, Bo?
Or it could be the gold medalist.
Andrew
or it could
Byatt.
be Sonomura as well.
Yeah.
He's up there in the mix alongside Donald Morale from the US.
It was a photo finish for the women's race. I'm sure we're going to see much the same this one. And another amazing bridge. What's this bridge, Casper?
I don't know what this bridge is called, but if we block it, it's definitely the central artery of Copenhagen. So it's a very important
start
bridge.
Making stuff up a little bit more, you know? Very different. You guys like to just build something. You don't never build the same thing twice. Is that what this is here? You just kind of try something new every time?
Build something new every time. That's the Danish
Every
way.
bridge is so unique and so different.
Totally, yeah. I love this one, though. Look at, they're coming right through there. It seems like there's already a split in the pack.
It does seem like David Buil out there in front, right next to Andrew Byatt from England. He took the silver medal last year in the distance.
Byatt hugging that edge.
He is, and look, he's got a little bit of he's got to change his line a bit because you can see that structure on the bottom of the screen there. Kind of got to go a little bit wider to get around that. As we see David Buil about a half a board length in front at the moment. Next to Andrew Byatt, but there's still a chance to hit the gas pedal.
Yeah, now Byatt dropping into that third place spot. But this is the critical point. You're going to see this separates the men from the boys here in this last little bit. And you know what's interesting is you'd think it would be an all-out sprint. They're kind of taking this a little bit.
Interesting. Oisin McGrath there up into third place at the moment. He's done well to stay on the tail of David. Andrew Byatt now taking the lead for England.
There you go.
Is he going to make it 2 goals?
He's going to try. And look at him. Look at, you know, the prone guys, I always want to ask them, when they start converging in and start getting close and starting to rub, is that strategic or is that just kind of...
It's back to the stress testing thing. You know, in prone paddleboarding, you have there are other ways of pushing, and I think just getting in the face of your competitor is kind of what you got to do. And, you know, you see switching to a knee position, that might be a little bit more explosive as well.
Look at the Irishman, though, trying to make a move there, Bo.
Fantastic to see him up in the mix. He's currently in that third place at the moment. David Buil from Spain now out in front. As they're coming around to the final couple hundred of meters left to go.
Wheels, hold them off.
Sonomura's dropped back. So
Now
off the pace.
It's a 2-horse race now.
Yeah, look at this. Byatt just on his sidewash, coming down the line. How far are we out, Casper?
We're 100 meters out now.
100 meters. 100-meter sprint, ladies and gentlemen, for the gold medal in the World Championships here in Denmark.
Wow, David and Andrew really pushing hard. They've created a lot of space between them and bronze position at the moment. Andrew taking a look over his shoulder. He needs to start paddling hard if he's going to try and catch
on
David.
That sidewash, though. Nice spot to be. Maybe saving a little bit of energy coming into that final 50.
He might just need like 10 or 12 strokes, full power. That's enough to propel him, like catapult him up in front. But it's now or never. It's now or never.
He seems to be having.
Here he goes.
There he goes, making the move.
Making the move
Wow.
out in front. He's saved a bit of energy in the tank. He's fired up from this week. Everyone's cheering on the sidelines. David right next to him from Spain. He's going to catch up.
Was the breakout too soon, boys? Was the breakout too soon? Doesn't appear to be. Byatt still pulling a lot of water, shoving the nose of that barkboard deep into the water.
What a machine. What a machine. Wow. He's got it. It's in the bag.
He's got it. He's got it. A board length lead now by the Englishman.
Andrew Byatt.
Look at the water flying over the front of the nose of that board.
He has been on a roll this week. His second gold medal, wins the men's distance race for the prone. David Buil in second place. It's a battle for third at the moment. As we see our competitors crossing the line. Very happy.
How cool is that?
Well,
England, back-to-back, women's and men's distance.
What a performance by Team England. Rush hour in Copenhagen right here. That was, you know what? That's really fantastic to see for Team England. I know they've been putting in the work. They're going to have a team that's really stoked about this result.
Lots of confidence on their team rankings as well. Lots of valuable points. What a final stretch that was, and more.
What's the team ranking looking like? I haven't looked at it today.
Spain in top, Japan in second.
Before today.
That was at the end of the women's distance. However, you know, with Japan finishing, like I said before, finishing with a gold and a bronze, that's a bunch of points there, even though France finished in second. So we'll see how that all shakes out. You know, Bob's got it handled, man. We don't have to worry about it. Executive Director, Bob, thank you for all you do for us here in the booth, keeping us updated.
As we're going to throw it down to Emily, who is on the canals of Copenhagen with the winner of the distance race.
That is correct. I am here with Rai Taguchi. Rai, in the beginning of this week, you told me I am going to take 4 gold medals on this event. You just paddled your way to your 3rd gold medal in the long distance race. Just give me a few words about what you're feeling right now.
I feel so happy and but very tired because I'm already finished the 3 race and before 2 race and a little bit tired and today's distance course is very technical, need a technique because the very narrow way sometimes the ぶつかるってなんて言うんだhitting the buoy and the head, yes. But I want to the gold medal and just thinking a gold medal, I just paddling and finish. I'm so happy, but I'm so tired.
I can imagine. So the thought about the gold medal just kept you going. And your teammate, he also came in 3rd. So amazing points for Team Japan. You guys are, I think, right now in 3rd place in the team leading. So what does this win mean also for the team in total?
Yes, he is a very strong young guns. And sometime together with training and this season level up. His paddling is so strong and good racers, yes. And Team Japan is a very strong teammate, yes. Good team.
Yes, indeed, a very, very good team. And you have one more competition. That is the sprint race tomorrow. You're telling me now you're very tired. It was a long day of racing. How are you going to try to recover for tomorrow to take that 4th gold medal?
Many eating and many sleeping, yes, and some stretching, and then.
What are you looking forward to eat?
Steak.
Well, amazing, Rai Taguchi. Congratulations, and go enjoy that 3rd gold medal of the event. And we're looking forward to see you tomorrow. Is there a few words you'd like to say to people watching at home?
金メダル3つ目獲得することができました。本当に 想像以上に疲れててタフなレースでなかなか後ろも離せなかったんで最後のコーナー勝負になったんですけど本当気合で金メダル勝ち取りました。ここまでは一応有言実行で来れてるので明日ももう全力で楽しみながら全力で頑張りたいと思います。本当にサポートしてくれてるスポンサーの皆様や応援してくれてる皆様あとチームジャパンの皆さんに本当に感謝して明日も最後頑張っていきたいと思います。明日まで応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much, Rai. Go enjoy with your team.
Thank you.
Very much. That was fantastic effort from him. Sprinting toward the finish line as we see the start of the men's SUP distance race. Casper, you were canal side watching this happen. What were your thoughts when you first saw them take off?
That was nuts. There was so much speed. Like, it was kind of hard to remember that it was a 13-kilometer race they were heading out on. It looked more like a 200-meter sprint. But it was absolutely just phenomenal. People were cheering, screaming, and as they hit the first part of the course here, the atmosphere was electric.
Oh, it certainly was. Fantastic to have you back here calling the action with us. As we see, Rai Taguchi was out in front for that first lap and a bit of that second as well, but he dropped back a little bit, which allowed Clement Colmas, Ethan Bree, and Donato Friends to try and take the lead for a little bit.
It was a very interesting race, out from the perspective that it actually was a very condensed pack for most of the way. We didn't see anyone set out to be a pace setter that really wanted to push a hard pace. The pace went down, and we saw an attack at the end, and that was definitely, looking back at the result now, that was Rai's strategy the whole way through.
Absolutely. The thing I really noticed there at the end of this was Donato Friends kind of fell off in that last 100K, and I'm kind of curious to see what happened.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly what happened, but Donato is like such an explosive paddler. He showed up at the Danish Championship a month ago, actually, and just wiped the table clean with all of us. So we were not that proud to be Danes. Donato's such a good guy, very, reflected and, explosive, but he just didn't get that edge here at the end.
Yeah, Rai Taguchi there on this final stretch here, just creating a lot of space between him and second place, Clement Colmas from France.
Yeah, there was not really much doubt here. Rai really had this one in the bag. He seemed to have saved something for the end.
Yeah, he certainly did. It's been a fantastic day of racing for the distance races. A big thanks to the city of Copenhagen here in Denmark for hosting us this year. It's been 7 years since we were last here. A fantastic drone shot of the event area and the city of Copenhagen.
We got sprints tomorrow, boys.
We do. That's going to be the final day of action tomorrow. We're going to be running the sprints for the men and women, and then we're going to be closing off with the closing ceremony and the Aloha Beach Party as well.
Yeah,
so
Casper knows a thing or two about sprints.
I've tried it a couple times. It's definitely my favorite style of racing. The sprints are high-paced, dynamic, full of action. You never know exactly what's going to happen, especially in this Y-shaped buoy format where you have the choice of either going left or right. That's going to be a very tactical decision tomorrow. But you can hear the crowd outside, like everyone's ecstatic. But imagine this ×2 tomorrow.
Oh, it's going to be electric, the atmosphere down here. It's going to be fantastic to have all the athletes back here. Obviously, Rai Taguchi going for his 4th gold medal. It's going to be exciting.
Who else are you looking for, Casper, when we start talking sprints tomorrow?
Well, the obvious biased answer I'm going to give you is I'm looking at my good friend, Christian Andersen, polar bear from Denmark. He's very strong right now. He's definitely a candidate to be in the mix tomorrow. We have, I haven't seen the full starting list yet, but just looking at a lot of the racers today, I believe Eek might be making an appearance tomorrow for Team France. That could be very interesting as well.
What about the Italians coming back to defend gold?
Well, okay, we cannot count out Claudio Nica.
There you go.
He's Claudio is one of those racers you never know what to expect when you watch him race. But there's so many people that could be in the mix tomorrow that even from the first heat, it's going to be full speed.
Team Japan and Team France there, your medalists for the men's SUP distance race. It was a very close-fought battle the whole way around as we are going to go down onto the canal with Emily with the men's long-distance prone champion.
Yes, that is correct. I am here with Andrew. Andrew, 2nd gold medal of this event. Just give me a few words of what you are feeling right now.
Well, I really, really can't believe it. Coming into today, everyone's like, you'll win this, and I was like, nah, this one's a lot tougher. I knew Kobe from Australia was here, and he beat me at Molokai earlier this year. I've never beat David before. You know, he gets me every time at the end. And I don't know, on that second lap, everyone I strung out, and I thought I was going the same speed as the rest of the time. They were strung out behind me. I was like, well, maybe I'm doing all right. Come along, and then David started putting some work in, strung us out from the others. And that last stretch, he went quite early. And I was like, well, this is just weirdly easy. I was like, I'll just sit here, sit here, wait, and just hope that I got that sprint. Because normally, I'm old, I'd never normally have that speed. But today, again, everything came together, and it was so nice because Luke was here and Georgia, my daughter, and the first competition they've been to, and they were like, I'm coming to watch you win. And a bit of pressure, isn't there, to do that. And I didn't think I'd get the chance to do this again, compete, like as in qualify, let alone win in front of the kids and show them again that if you set your mind to something, you can do it.
Yeah, in the interview the other day when you won the first gold medal, you told me you want to show your kids, you want to show Luke that anything is possible, and if you put your mind to something, you can do it. And, you know, having your family here flying in from England, what does that mean to you to have that win today?
It's everything, and for at this moment, and for the team as well. So good to see, like, us all get golds, Molly get gold. England are right up there all of a sudden, aren't we? And I think we might even be getting close to getting a team medal, which we've never done before. And hopefully it just inspires lots of people to get involved. Thanks to my family, thanks to all the team, thanks to everyone who's trained. And there's loads of messages I received after last time. You realise how many people in your life contributed to this, and lots of little lessons. And so thank you to everyone over time. Thanks.
That's amazing. And Luke, you're here. You flew out from England to come watch your dad today. Are you very, very proud?
Yeah, I was really shocked. Like, he as he said, he told me this is different. He's old and he's getting slower, so he might not be as good for the longer distance. But I saw him out front. I was like, he's got this. And I was like, I'd be proud of him if he didn't do well, as long as, like, if he fell off and came 10th, I wouldn't mind, because I know he tried his best, but he fell off, so there's a reason he didn't do as well.
But you did so well, and thank you for that, Luke. Amazing to have you here as well with your dad. And Andrew, now you're just going to go enjoy with the family, I guess, and cheer on the rest of the team tomorrow.
Yeah, and we get to hear the national anthem twice.
3 times.
3 times, yeah.
Well, congratulations. Is there anything more you would like to say to someone watching at home?
Get involved in paddling. You can gain so much from it, like not just competing, but socially, fitness, adventures. Everything in my life that's good has come from sport and paddling. And yeah, I hope others can get the same. Thanks.
Well, thank you so much, Andrew, and go enjoy that win with the team and with your family.
Thank you.
Your gold medal for the men's distance and also the technical. I've heard that he's actually been the glue holding Team England together. He's firing everyone up. He's been really on point this week.
I agree, and give it to the honesty of the young kids.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
his dad's old.
Dad's old. He's a fossil. Might want to take the fossil off the shelves, kids, because he's still competing.
As we take a look at the highlights from the start of the men's prone distance race, it was a fantastic start. We actually did see a fall there from one of the competitors who slipped back toward the back of the pack there, but it was your gold medalist, Andrew Byatt, who stuck with the lead group the whole way. David Boyle there looking for another gold medal, but he had to settle for second place today.
And I think the interesting part is Team England sitting in 6th place coming into this contest, so that definitely, what Andrew said there, puts them into contention. We'll get those points tabulated. You can go to ISAsurf.org and keep up with it. But, yeah, he's right. They're in contention.
We saw Kobe Schulz there from Australia staying up with that lead pack there, Andrew Byatt. But unfortunately, something happened with his equipment. I think he fell off at one of the turns there.
It was a fin issue or something. That's what I'm kind of thinking it had to be. It'll be interesting to know more about that.
Yeah, look at this shot. This is one of my favorites. Going through the Christianshaven Canal and, wow, painting Copenhagen a good picture.
Lots of spectators on the sidelines as well, watching on great to have the support of Copenhagen.
You notice how Byatt's line was like identical each and every lap? I mean, he just seemed to exact same line each and every time.
So he's on that inside for the turns. You like to be putting himself in that leading position there. You see him still at this point here. He said he still had a lot of energy left in the tank. He was keeping up with that lead pack. He said that he didn't think he'd be able to hang on, but he still managed to find the energy enough for this sprint. You can see him back almost in third spot there.
Look at how controlled he is at this point right here, and then he now makes that move. He had it left in the tank, that last acceleration, almost shocked his competitor right there.
I think it did shock David there. You can see him now sprinting.
Frantically, yeah.
I think he was kind of in the back door there. He's kind of right out of in his blind spot, per se.
Exactly.
Might have caught him by surprise.
And that blind spot is so critical.
Yeah.
You can utilize that to make your move, like get 2 or 3 strokes in before your competitor even sees you're there.
That just gave me the boost to get across the line in first place. A huge congratulations to all of the athletes on the water today. And there is your final. We'll get that list updated for you.
I think quote of the day, though. My dad's old. That was definitely the quote of the day.
See Andrew Byatt taking home the gold. David Boyle in silver. Donald Morale taking home a bronze medal for the USA. Oisin McGrath in fourth.
And you might have seen that Danish flag right up there. Simon from Denmark, young lifeguard. Really, I met him for the first time this week. He actually had a funny device on his board today because he's new to prone paddleboarding. He's a lifeguard, but he had to tape his water bottle onto the board somehow. And he taped it on, but he couldn't get the right angle, so he needed something underneath it. So he actually took like a roll from the buffet breakfast and duct taped it and put it in underneath the water bottle to get that right angle.
It kind of reminds me of the inception of stand-up paddling. We were talking about, Casper was telling some stories about the old BOP in San Clemente when, you had to have a certain board length and people were actually taking saws and sawing their board. So, the world of stand-up paddling, prone paddling, obviously is taking on its own in the world of rough carpentry.
Put it like that, yeah. It's still alive.
Still working today. I love it.
That's it. As Andrew Byatt said, make sure you get yourself into paddling. I know there's lots of things happening around the world, lots of development programs, especially for juniors to get into paddling, not just pro, but also into the stand-up paddling as well. Casper, you've been a part of that. That's right.
I might give prone paddling a run for its money, but I just gotta say, if you've ever tried paddling a prone board, it's tough. It's tough. You gotta really get. It's not something you do just from one day to the next.
And then you want to get really difficult, you jump on a surf ski, and that'll humble your. Just like that.
Your ego will be broken down.
Exactly. Give it to the lifesavers, man. They are super talented on all those craft.
As we see the final results there for the pro men up on screen.
Big, I'll tell you, Donald Morale coming in third, taking home that bronze medal. That's a big, big win for him. So, and then Team Ireland taking home the copper. That's a big win for them as well.
How fantastic.
That was fantastic.
It's been a great day of action for the men's distance race. Casper, it's been fantastic to have you in the booth here. Thanks so much for calling the action with us.
Yeah. Time to go to that bar on the corner.
Well, it's a pleasure always speaking with you guys. The action was fun to watch, and tomorrow is going to be exciting nonetheless. Yeah.
Oh, it certainly is. We're going to be kicking off with the sprint racing happening tomorrow, and then we're going to be closing it out with the award ceremony, the closing ceremony as well. So make sure you do tune into ISAsurf.org, the Instagram, Facebook channels as well for ISA SUP OK, and then we will see you tomorrow for another full day of action. Thanks very much for tuning in.
I Rema 1000 handler sundhed ikke kun om mad, men også om at bakke op om trivsel, fællesskaber og mental sundhed.
Morning. Can we ride to school with you? My dad's lost his car keys. Our parents overslept.
I've got a flat tyre.
Yeah, sure. Morning. Could I ride with you? My driveway is totally blocked.
Yeah, sure. More space for joy. The ID Buzz GTX with up to 7 seats.
Volkswagen.